I know as attorney for Lyndon Johnson that he murdered John Kennedy. He murdered John Kennedy to become president and to avoid prison, and there is no doubt in my mind.
You can't kill the President of the United States unless the next president, the head of the FBI, and the head of the Secret Service are in on the cover-up.
Lyndon called me from the Texas hotel, and he was still irate. I said, Lyndon, about last night, and he went to cursing. He used foul language all the time, and he said, those Kennedys, he repeated, they will never embarrass me again. That's no threat, that's a promise. And I'd like the entire world to know how I personally feel is the fact Lyndon Johnson knew about the assassination and was a part of it.
It's Friday, it's 5 o'clock. Welcome to not the BCFM Politics Show. I'm Tony Gosling. Helping me review this week's news is Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers. In the second part, we get stuck in to untangle the lies and ask the questions that don't seem to have occurred to the muzzled mass media journalists. They're refusing to ask them, aren't they? Like the flaccid Fiona Bruce. And she's running her Antiques Roadshow version of Thursday night's BBC Question Time, what used to be a serious political debate show. Not anymore, though, as the editors and producers gag the mouths of professors, doctors and other experts who don't agree with the pharmaceutical industry lobby. And fighting in Nagorno-Karabakh, we look at the week's COVID pandemic developments, including introducing the term Rona scam with single mum Julie Beale, who's been looking into the different types of so-called panacea being cooked up for us, what she calls the RonaVaxes. And she won't call them vaccines because they're nothing like the thing that Edward Jenner invented just down the road here near Sharpness 200 or so years ago. And Richard Madeley says the government response is sheer madness and explains why this week. As well as the Mayor of Middlesbrough in open defiance of Boris, saying he refuses to implement these draconian measures in his town. What would our Mayor say, I wonder, here in Bristol, Marvin Rees? No prizes for guessing if there were measures brought in here. As well as the Hong Kong virologist that says she has evidence that COVID-19 was definitely man-made at China's Wuhan lab because she worked on it herself. So we'll be concentrating in the second hour on the latest corona scams. So, joining me to review this week's news is Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers. Martin, this week, your thoughts about what you think some of the developments are in the news, not the corona stuff, everything else.
Well, obviously, we're going to cover Nagorno-Karabakh later on. That's what I was on RT about this week. And that's potentially a very dangerous situation. But I think we're going to cover that later, so I won't cover that.
What about here in the UK, though?
Well, obviously, here in the UK, we're sliding towards, Brexit, with, of course, not much attention being paid to it because of all the other things.
What do you make of Ursula von der Leyen this week, then, saying that there's going to be some sort of court case potentially against Britain?
Well, that was always on the cards, wasn't it? I mean, basically, if you've signed an agreement and you try and withdraw from it, people are going to take you to court, aren't they? Happens all the time.
Is that, but the thing is, surely these things are negotiations that are done between people. As soon as you go to court, really, you're saying, well, we're not going to be negotiating anymore.
Well, the fact is that there's already been an agreement and it's signed and it's basically a legal agreement, like a divorce or anything else. And if you don't agree, if you then try to change it, people are going to take you to court. That's what, basically that's what all these things ultimately become laws and therefore, legally binding. That's what it's all about.
Here in Bristol, we've got all sorts going on, lots of high-rise buildings being built still again, but one of the main stories of the week regionally, locally, is the shutdown of Cheltenham's Accident and Emergency. That we're being promised that it's going to open at some point soon, but there's no particular end to this problem in sight. What it's done, as ITV and BBC have been reporting this week, the regional news, is there are massive backlogs of ambulances, like we saw at the very worst of the NHS crisis, queuing up in Gloucester because there is no A&E now in Cheltenham.
Well, I mean, the health service is absolutely fundamental to people's well-being, and of course it's been disastrous, been mismanaged for many decades.
Well, what
now.
about the COVID implications here? Because we've been told that the NHS has done a wonderful job, that we've had to clear the decks for these COVID people. The patient levels are now down extremely minimal, and the NHS still can't cope. So surely there's another agenda really here. This is just about cutting the NHS. It's nothing to do with COVID at all.
Well, I mean, the test and trace, instead of being carried out through
we're not talking about test and trace at all here.
No,
we're talking about whether you can actually get treated in a hospital, accident and emergency centre.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm pointing out, they could have chosen to use the National Health Service, the mainstream service, to do the test and trace, but instead they gave it to Serco and Deloitte.
It doesn't actually make any difference who they gave it to, does it? Whether you're going to get treated at A&E or not.
The point I'm trying to make, Tony, is that they're basically moving towards privatising the health service, and they've been trying to do that for years. And this is the further development. If there is any trade treaty with the US, they will want access for their pharmaceutical companies to the health service.
So why is it the health service? It seems that to me they're using the COVID crisis as an excuse to shut the health service down.
Well, basically, the Tories have always been... I mean, don't forget that Cameron promised, read my lips, no top-down reorganisation of the health service, and then the Lansley reforms were brought in, which was exactly that, a top-down reorganisation of the health service. And now, of course, they've scrapped all of that, and Public Health England has been handed over to Dido Harding, who's a Tory MP's wife. That is what's going on, and it's in plain sight. They basically are using the COVID crisis, as they used all the other crises, in order to get rid of the principle of a universal service. And that is exactly what Dido Harding's husband, the Tory MP, has actually written about what he wants to do. That's the agenda. It's there in plain sight, like Mein Kampf.
So why is what's going on at Cheltenham happening? They're saying that they're going to try and fix it at some point, and then we do plan to reopen it. We've got a similar situation that was going on down at Western General Hospital too, Western Supermare, with people having to go, tens of miles away from Western. I'm not even sure where the nearest one, maybe even Bristol, to get treated because they shut that A&E down too.
Well, obviously, it's more expensive if you've got more A&Es distributed across the country. And it's cheaper if you concentrate your efforts in certain parts of the country and not in others. But, of course, that isn't really a universal service, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. So the Cheltenham General Hospital's Accident and Emergency Department could remain closed until March next year. It was shut temporarily in June this year. And they said, we've got too much to do with the corona. But now they're saying it's not going to open until the middle of next year. I mean, this is surely unacceptable, Martin.
Yes, it is. I mean, in actual fact, we need to spend more on the health service and we need to value it better than we do. But the government, although they talk about... I mean, they haven't, for example, given the health service workers the pay rise, which they clearly deserve after everything they've been doing.
Well, they can't get a pay rise if these people who run the Gloucestershire Trusts here can't actually afford, supposedly, to open this. Anyway, it was aimed, apparently, the closure of Cheltenham Accident and Emergency, we were told at the time, looks now like this was just a tissue of lies, was aimed at reducing the transmission of the virus between patients and to maximum non-COVID care. Well, the fact of the matter is we've now got massive queues in Cheltenham and Gloucester because only one of the A&Es is still open.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know the actual detail of why this particular A&E has been closed, which is why I'm making more general points about the direction of policy related to the health
that's what they've
service.
said. I mean, let me just tell you why it's closed. I think it's pretty obvious to anyone with a brain cell, and that is that they've used the COVID as an excuse to shut it, and the actual real reason is that they just don't want to look after people anymore. It's too expensive, or they've decided that actually we'd much rather people were afraid that they might die in a queue trying to get treated, and then they will go and get private health care.
Yeah, I mean, and don't forget that back in the 1970s, there were a hell of a lot more hospital beds than we've got now. And that is as a result of all the reforms over the years, which have basically brought in private sector mentality, which is you actually run everything at maximum capacity with no redundancy in the system. In actual fact, that, of course, then leads when you get to a situation of crisis, you haven't got any spare beds. And, of course, that is deliberately the way they wanted to run it. They wanted to run it more like a private business. Whereas previously, of course, you actually made sure you got loads and loads of beds that you're not always using, but when something comes along, you've got them there when you need them.
I mean, the accusations by people in Cheltenham is that the trust is just twiddling its thumbs, that it's not really intending to any kind of priority to open this, even though many people are around. And they had an interview on ITV West this week I watched, where, believe it or not, the head of the trust at the Cheltenham Hospital actually stood in front of the camera. Do you know what he was doing?
Twiddling his thumbs.
Twiddling his thumbs. Round and round and round they were going. So these people are there not to look after us or care for us, but they're there to shut down the National Health Service.
Ultimately, yes. That is the goal of the right wing of the Tory party. As if anybody reads Britannia Unchained, many of the people who wrote that are now in the government, they want to move away from a universal healthcare system. They want either an insurance-based system like in the US, that's what they want. And they've made no secret of it.
And well done to the Cheltenham MP who threw this question right at Boris at Prime Minister's Questions this week. Let's see if Boris gave any kind of meaningful answer. What do you think he will, Martin?
I'm not holding my breath, Tony.
Maurice Robertson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister believe in the value of local accident and emergency units? And will he work to ensure the return of the A&E to Cheltenham General Hospital? The Local Hospitals Trust has said it will return, but can he try to ensure that it returns sooner rather than later?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I'm assured that the closure to which he refers is only temporary, and I would just remind him that this is the government that is putting in the biggest ever capital investment in the NHS, £34 billion investment in the NHS, to say nothing of the investments we've made just in the last 9 months.
And hopefully can do Chorley at the same time.
Well, I mean, it's the usual boilerplate, isn't it? We've spent more money, but of course the question is, what difference does that make in real terms?
But it's not just Cheltenham, is it? We heard from Leslie Hall, the Speaker of the House there, and hopefully, chipping in himself, hopefully you can do Chorley at the same time, because of course, as the Speaker, even though he's an MP, he can't ask questions, but what he can do is make little quips like that.
Yeah.
Making it quite clear that this isn't just Cheltenham. This sort of problem is right across the country, where accident and emergency centres, the cutting edge, the front line of the National Health Service, particularly when people can't get to see their GPs, having all sorts of trouble getting appointments, the first thing you do is to get to A&E. So what you're basically ending up with is great big queues of sick and dying people desperately trying to get treatment from the doctors, from the NHS.
Yes. I mean, there are the ongoing problems with the way the Tories approach the NHS, and we've got the COVID crisis and all the rest of it on top of that. So, yes, it's not a very happy picture, is it?
Moving to a local story here, well, even more local, that's in Bristol itself. We could now lose everything. A family are told to leave their houseboat in dispute with the council. The family living on a boat in the harbour side in Bristol say they could be made homeless now after being told to leave the vessel by Bristol City Council. This is great, isn't it? I thought they housed people, Bristol City Council, but no, they just like making people homeless. As we heard last week, with them trying to turf van dwellers off various places, including the Downs, which is one of the traditional places that people park up when they've got nowhere else to park. Molly Petts and her partner, Trevor Gray, have been living on a boat moored in Wapping Wharf on the harbour side for several years. Back in 2016, they bought a bigger boat in order to start a family. However, the couple's now having a dispute with the council over building works carried out to the new boat, which the council said were not approved. The boat, the council has said, is also sitting on a harbour under a leisure licence, not a residential licence. But the family claim to have been misled in the process, and they're seeking legal advice after being asked to leave by the City Council. Now, where do these people, where are they supposed to go, Martin? I know certainly in the planning process, if someone makes alterations to their home in the normal course of events without getting planning permission, and they're discovered by the council or the local authority, or reported or grasped up to them, that can mean that part of the house actually being demolished. So I would imagine the council are saying, well, rather than demolish your houseboat, we're going to ask you to leave, or in fact tell you to leave.
Well, you've just made the council's case there. Whether it's reasonable is a matter of opinion, isn't it?
Do you think it's okay for council to make people homeless?
Well, no, I'm just saying you've made the case that they've modified the houseboat without permission, and if you did it on your house, as you say, you wouldn't get, you wouldn't be allowed to do it. And of course, the other thing is the council pointing out it's a leisure licence, not a living licence.
You seem to be totally disregarding that. I mean, maybe you're one of these new Labour types, like a Blairite type, that actually doesn't see the Labour Party as a party that actually gives a damn about housing people anymore.
Tony, I think the fact is that I don't know enough about this particular case. It sounds hard cheese on them, and the council are making its case. The question is, what are the rules here? Have they broken them and all the rest of it? I don't know the case sufficiently to know.
And do you know what? Some of the very big posh houses up on the Downs and Clifton and places like that, they will just pay a solicitor to go through the planning permission. The only thing is that if someone has hardly got 2 pennies to rub together and they're living in a houseboat, then they can just be turfed out and made homeless. I mean, I understood that council's role was to house people, not to go around finding poor people that can't fight back through the courts to kick them out and onto the streets, especially when they've got a family and children.
Yes, I mean, that's a fair point, Tony. And, of course, if they are made homeless and they've got children, then the council is obliged to rehouse them. So you then ask the question, well, what are you going to do to rehouse them? But, of course, there isn't, in fact, enough housing because for 30 years we haven't actually done anything about social housing, both under New Labour and Tory governments, and that's why we've got a massive homelessness problem, not least because of the rules around universal credit, which everybody's been saying to the government all along, that the 5-week, 6-week wait for universal credit puts people into rent arrears straight away and then leads them to being evicted. And, of course, this month is when the whole furlough on rent evictions ends. And of course, there's going to be a huge spike in people being made homeless. That's what's going to happen.
When, do you think?
Well, in the run-up to Christmas, probably.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Lovely, isn't it?
How cheerful. Wonderful thing to do. Also, questions have been raised this week over social media spying as the council contract is ending with a firm that uses big data software to monitor social media chat. It's due to end today. That's this week. The Bristol City Council's controversial contract to live monitor social and online conversations is ending on the 30th of September, earlier this week. Opposition councillors asked whether authorisation is needed for the surveillance, which they say is covert, until it was revealed earlier this year. The authority hired social media insight analysis company Impact Social to harvest and analyse social media chatter. Well, I post on the Mayor's Facebook page quite often, so hopefully they've been monitoring me too. They've been doing this since March 2018 for the Mayor. But this is something that none of the rest of the council had any access to, this information. Only the Mayor, Martin. It does seem as if this contract is being used actually to help the Mayor and to get himself re-elected and to give him political intelligence on what people in the city are thinking about him. But he's not sharing that either with the public or with other councillors, elected councillors.
Well, those are the powers of mayors that the Liberal Democrats and the Tories decided to allow. They can do pretty much what they want. That's the whole point of having elected mayors. I don't agree with them, but there you are.
The council has access at the Mayor's office to a live dashboard of all social media data relating to the council. Mr. Rees is receiving monthly reports about what the people in the city are thinking and feeling, largely about him and his policies. One example included a pie chart showing Twitter handles of individuals such as Lib Dem councillor Tim Kent, who mentioned Marvin Rees, Mayor of Bristol, in his tweets. Well, of course, it won't include me on Twitter because Marvin Rees blocked me on Twitter for criticising one of his speeches that he gave. Was the State of the City address a few years ago. And I said I thought it was a rather wooden speech. And for saying that, I was blocked on Twitter. I thought it was just a basic bit of legitimate criticism, as I thought it was a wooden speech. So we've got a very fragile ego of our Mayor, Martin.
Well, you may say so, Tony, but I think come May next year he's very likely to be re-elected, so he'll have plenty of time to complain about it.
Well, we shall see. You think it's likely. I think it's unlikely because of the unpopularity of the Mayor.
Tony, when people in local elections, don't forget, there's only about 30% of people vote. That will be the core Labour voters will go out and vote for him because if he's got a red rosette on, they'll vote for him.
Well, I think they're much more likely actually to vote Green, personally. But anyway,
well, they might. The Greens have got some chance.
Green councillor, just on that, Green councillor Clive Stevens has sought answers about whether the council actually needed and gained any authorisation for this surveillance of including other councillors. This is bizarre, isn't it? That one person in the council has got a whole load of intelligence about what all the other councillors are saying about him.
Well, I think you'll find probably at national level that's exactly what Dominic Cummings and others like him are doing all the time. So all that Marvin is doing is copying what is now standard practice by political operatives.
It's also, you know what? It's not just
world,
political operatives, it's corporations, it's big companies that do this sort of thing.
Yeah.
So this is the sort of thing that you'd expect, some of the big top people at Business West to have advised him to do. That is to say, your big multinationals that reside here in the southwest, people like John Savage, the old, he's a he was right-wing Labour member. I think he left when Jeremy Corbyn, I don't know if he's rejoined the Labour Party yet, Martin, do you know?
No idea.
So, when he was at Business West, this is the sort of thing he would be advising. What you need is loads of intelligence on your opposition. And, of course, it's all being paid for out of public money, Martin.
Yeah, but as I say, it's become standard practice all over the world, and it's been exposed here, and that may do some damage to Marvin.
Well, I think
in actual fact, most people won't pick up on it.
Look,
it's not really going to be a big issue.
It's not standard practice. It's exceptional. That Bristol seems to be, anyway, having done a search for this, it seems to be the only major city in the country where money is being spent by the mayor on trying to make sure that he's got all the best intelligence information on his opposition right the way through his term as mayor.
Well, some may say, well, that's Marvin being, proactive and all the rest of it.
Well, some might say he's purloining public money for his own personal benefit.
Yes, well, what he's doing is he's trying to get re-elected, Tony, and he's using the powers that he has.
That's fine if he's got donations to do that, but surely he shouldn't be using our money to get re-elected.
Well, you're going to, no doubt there will be some questions about this. As you can see, that it's been exposed. Some councillors aren't happy about it, and they're going to complain about it, but they can't really do much about it because mayors have full authority under the system created by the Tories and the Lib Dems. Mayors are supposed to be in full charge. They don't have to listen to councillors. They don't have to listen to anybody. They are CEOs of the towns and cities in which they've been elected. It's a stupid system, but there we are. I
went along to planning appeal last year, the end of last year, to do with some student flats which are being built right next to where I live in St Paul's. And this particular planning application in Bedminster for massive high-rise buildings which tower over the existing buildings. I mean, this is town planning, Martin, isn't it? Surely the idea is that you don't have a load of ordinary houses, two-storey, maybe 1930s, maybe Victorian houses, with a massive great tower block right next to them. But that's what they've now approved, amazingly, here in Bristol, in Bedminster. So the procedure is the planning committee rejects the application, and what happens then is the developer appeals, and then they win the appeal. They've now been granted planning permission for these massive high-rises, which will be towering over the little houses of Bedminster.
Yes, and of course the Tories are also planning to rip up the planning regulations, as weak as they are, so that in actual fact the developers can do exactly what they like, which they pretty much can anyway. As you pointed out, developers can appeal planning decisions, but councils can't if they don't succeed in blocking something. So councils often don't block stuff because they know on appeal they're going to lose. And in actual fact, it isn't the council that decides what's built. The developers decide what's built, and the council's rubber stamp it.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that quite a good friend to this programme, Councillor Paul Smith, who was the cabinet member for housing, has left his job this week. He's just taken up a job, I think it was on Thursday, at one of the housing associations as chief executive. He's basically walked away, Martin, from the council, saying that this is not, council is not bringing in a Labour housing policy. As I said earlier on, with the people being evicted from their houseboat, at least the council trying to do that, putting people on the streets rather than housing them.
Well, you interviewed Paul Smith on this show a couple of weeks ago. He said he was leaving because he's got a new job doing something else.
But he's walked away. He's walked away from the job. He's just left as a councillor.
No, what you are trying to do is because of your vendetta against Marvin Rees.
No, Martin, you're wrong. What I'm saying is that you walked away from the job because Marvin Rees is not actually doing his job when it comes to housing. Paul cannot do the housing with the job.
He didn't agree with you with your the question about the vans, did he? He basically said they're being moved on because it's antisocial behaviour.
Because there's all sorts of stuff going on in this city. It's basically being run like a fiefdom by Marvin Rees, particularly when it comes to housing, with the poorest people in the city who are supposed to be Labour voters actually being evicted, booted out. We've seen this in houseboats, we've seen it in van dwellers, and everybody that's a victim of everyone who's a victim of the Conservative Party is basically being hammered by Marvin Rees, the so-called Labour mayor.
I think that's a very tendentious
It's not
way to
tendentious.
put it.
His job is to house these people.
No, he can't necessarily do it because of the rules and regulations
why should he be
from central
taking them
government.
to court, threatening to evict them?
Because, Tony...
He doesn't have to do that either, does he?
No, he doesn't, but you
Well,
can...
why doesn't he just leave them alone?
Well, he doesn't...
Why is he harassing them?
Well, perhaps you... The point made by Paul Smith was about, particularly in Eastern and other places, there have been complaints of antisocial behaviour.
Yes, but has there been actually any antisocial behaviour
I'll
at all?
I'll just tell you
Or
this.
are there vendettas? Have you ever heard of people having vendettas against travellers?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of that?
Right, yes, I
and
have.
against gypsies and things like that?
Yes, but then...
Have you ever heard of that sort of thing?
As Paul Smith pointed out when you interviewed him, travellers has got a specific definition. You have to be a traveller family.
We're
People
talking
who
about van dwellers and travellers.
No, but he actually picked you up...
Have you ever heard of vendettas? Have you ever heard of vendettas against travellers? Have you ever heard of that?
Yes,
Are you a Labour Party member?
Yes.
I would have thought you had heard of that sort of thing.
Tony...
Is it okay to approve planning permission for massive tower blocks in Bedminster above all those other houses? Messing up the entire view of the city?
Yeah, well, no doubt... Mayor Ferguson or ex-Mayor Ferguson would agree with what you're saying about that. The problem is the underlying rules are that developers can do pretty much what they like. And the idea that councils can plan, that's all been thrown in the waste paper basket by years and years and years of pro-developer policies pursued by Westminster.
Anyway,
and that's what decides it.
Now Paul Smith has left, and I think it's pretty clear why he's left. I hope listeners will take that from me. The job of housing in the city is going to be done by 3 different people. One of them is on the development side as to which lands will be allocated for housing and which won't. Specific developments, the Mayor Marvin Rees will take on that role, as he seems to take on quite a lot of extra roles of people in the cabinet that he doesn't agree with. And also, I think Helen Godwin is going to be taking on the community side of it, and the financial side of it, I believe, is going to be Craig Cheney. But the fact of the matter is that housing in the city is going to be changing now Paul Smith's gone. This subject of housing targets also came up at Prime Minister's Questions this week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and I were both elected on a manifesto pledge to increase home building and to level up our country. And there is lots to welcome in the planning white paper. But the formula that's being used to allocate the homes seems to be doing the opposite. It's overshot in terms of numbers, and the investment is concreting down rather than levelling up. So could my right honourable friend commit that when the consultation closes tomorrow, that he will pledge to change some of the elements of this, dare I say it, algorithm?
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. What I can tell her is that we are going to ensure that we have a planning system that is fit for purpose, that allows us to give young people, for the first time in a generation, the chance of home ownership, which currently millions and millions of people are shut out from. That's what we want to do, but we think we can do it in such a way as to avoid desecrating our beautiful countryside, avoid desecrating our green belt. That is what we're going to do, and I hope very much that she supports it.
Now, this is something that's been bubbling away for years and years, isn't it? This whole idea of, well, where are these houses going to go? Not in my backyard. Almost everybody says that. And Boris is saying, oh, all our beautiful parts of the countryside are all going to be protected. But, of course, they're not.
No, I mean, he's had to row back a bit on this because, of course, in the Tory shires, where basically they're basically resisting having housing built, he's caught between the developers who just want to build what they want to build where they want to build it, and some of his basically core supporters who want to protect their backyards. And of course that's a bit of a struggle for the Tories, you know, because on one hand they've got these voters, and on the other hand they've got the developers who actually fund the party. So, but at the same time, I mean, it's quite clear. I mean, all this stuff about home ownership. What we really need is decent homes for people on relatively moderate incomes, and home ownership is basically what they're talking about. Really, is helping potential Tory voters to get on the housing ladder so they can get loads of free money at the same time as going on about scrounging.
So you don't agree with the idea of owning your own home?
I don't say I'm not against people owning their own homes.
That's what you just said.
No, but what you've got to do, Tony, is some people. What used to happen was there was a genuine choice between renting from the council and owning your own home. And for some people on low incomes, it made much more sense to rent than to try and buy, because then you get housing bubbles which crash, and you also get the ridiculous scenario where middle-class people assume that once they're on the housing ladder, they're just going to get free money. That doesn't happen in countries like Germany. Basically, your housing is your housing, and you don't get a capital gain on it. The whole of the tax system since the 1920s in this country has been designed to encourage home ownership at taxpayer expense. So we subsidise this so that people will vote Tory.
People got tax breaks, didn't they?
Yeah, but I mean,
mortgage interest relief.
What that leads to from an economic point of view is instead of people investing in businesses and making jobs,
we're a million miles away.
They invest in houses.
A million miles away from that now in the economy. It's been massively financialised.
Yes.
I mean, surely, for most people, this is the most important thing that they'll ever buy and own, and you're saying they shouldn't have it.
I'm just saying that the whole thing has been rigged to make sure that middle-class people who buy their own homes
what about working class people?
Well, the working class people who bought their own homes basically were selling off the council housing stock.
They weren't all council houses, Martin.
No, the council housing stock was sold to existing tenants at prices which basically meant you were giving people hundreds of thousands of pounds over a decade or so. Now, not surprisingly, lots of those people voted Tory, but as somebody who doesn't own their own home, and I don't suppose I ever will, I'm paying my taxes so that they can own my home.
This is
that actually belonged to me when I was. This
is a beggar thy neighbour attitude. Isn't
no,
it?
It's not.
I don't want those people who own their own homes to have them.
No, I don't want them to make capital gains on them at my expense.
Well, they don't, do they?
They do. Of course they do.
Way?
Of course, as you get a property bubble developing, people, without doing any work at all, they gradually get more and more money.
But what about someone that buys their house now? It's likely to fall, isn't it? It's a gamble.
Well, it is a gamble, and of course, the people who get in at the last minute are the ones who are going to lose, and they're the small people who shouldn't be encouraged to buy their own homes.
There's lots and lots of people who
it.
got into negative equity, for example, in the 80s
yes,
and
indeed,
the 90s.
Indeed, and of course.
So it is a gamble, isn't it? It's not just a one-way street.
That's why for people on low incomes, they shouldn't be forced to gamble. Their pensions shouldn't depend upon what their house prices are, because of course what will happen with them is that it'll actually be worth less than they've paid for it, and they'll lose money.
Many parts of the world actually do fixed rate mortgages, don't they? So you know exactly what your repayments are going to be.
I mean,
they can't go up and down.
Yeah, well, and also in Singapore, you've got basically the government builds houses and then they sell them to people at a fixed rate, and then they build more houses and they sell them, and it's a state-run system. It's not a private free market.
The rough sleepers, staying on the issue of housing and homelessness, they came up at Prime Minister's Questions again this week.
In January, the government was still pretending there were only 5,000 rough sleepers across the whole country. During the lockdown, 15,000 rough sleepers were supported under the Everyone In programme. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the homeless charities, councils and others who stepped up and provided accommodation in the crisis are funded for every single person they helped?
Well, he raises a very important point. I think actually it was one of the consolations of this crisis that we were able to prevent so many rough sleepers from succumbing in the way that happened, alas, in other countries. I think that was a great effort by the Communities Department and the charities working together. And of course, we will continue to do what we can to support those vital charities to prevent rough sleeping and homelessness.
Well, I mean, the fundamental cause of homelessness, one of the fundamental causes, is Ian Duncan Smith's rules around universal credit. So if you try to claim universal credit, you've got to wait at least 5 weeks, and it was originally 6 weeks before you get any money, and that money is never paid out. So landlords, private sector landlords, will not rent to people on universal credit. They just won't. And that creates a huge problem, and that's what, and people who are on universal credit cannot pay, it doesn't pay the rent in many parts of the country, so that's why people either those people end up going to food banks. So that's a massive increase in food banks and homelessness, directly to do with the rules surrounding universal credit. Shelter and all these other charities have been telling the government all along, don't do this, because the housing benefit system used to at least pay from the day that people claimed, so that they could pay their rent and wouldn't end up on the street. The whole purpose of universal credit is to punish the poor by making them homeless, and that's a deliberate political choice by the government.
But he's not committing, is he, to keeping... And one of the most fascinating things about that question was it revealed exactly what we had here in Bristol, which was that the officials were massively underestimating the number of actual street homeless and rough sleepers. They are saying there that nationally the government said before before the pandemic that there were 5,000, and it turns out when the pandemic kicked in, there were 15,000 people they had to pay for.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when you very rarely saw people sleeping in the street.
Yeah,
me too. They tended to be middle-aged.
It was early 80s.
They tended to be middle-aged. Yeah, well, one of the things, I remember walking down the Strand in London after the Tories had come to power, and they withdrew all benefits for 16 to 18-year-olds. So kids were coming out of care, and they've obviously been in care because they weren't being looked after by their parents or whoever was supposed to be looking after them, and they're immediately thrown onto the street. So you've got a generation of young people sleeping on the streets.
And of course they're incredibly...
getting into drugs,
well, they're incredibly... I mean, it almost seems like a deliberate policy, doesn't it?
It was a deliberate policy.
To make very young people extremely vulnerable so that they will be prey to, as you say, maybe prostitution, drugs, organised crime, basically.
Yes, and of course all of it was totally unnecessary. They could. Why did they? I mean, don't forget. At one stage, the new Labour people were voting with the government to potentially withdraw all benefits for those under the age of 26, because we couldn't afford it, because we bailed the banks out. The injustices are rife, and it's not just because they don't care. They actually go out of their way. They could completely change the universal credit rules and say you're going to get paid from the first day you apply. But they won't do it because it's got to be punitive. And because of that, private sector landlords will not rent to people on universal credit. So that's why it's taken them years to try and roll it out. I mean, everywhere they're trying to roll it out, it massively increases homelessness. And Ian Duncan-Smith has got a hell of a lot to answer for.
So when was it that money turned into this punitive, a way of attacking people rather than a way of serving society?
Listen, the welfare system has been basically turned into a punitive system since the Tories came to power in 1979. There was a brief change in attitude, there was some change in attitude during the new Labour years, but this current crop of Tories basically see the benefits system as a means of disciplining poor people. That's how they view it. But of course there's a fundamental flaw in the system, as I've just pointed out. Private sector landlords will not rent to people on universal credit, and that means they end up in the streets. And that's why they've not been able to roll it out. It was supposed to be rolled out years ago, and they've not been able to do it because every place where they're trying to introduce it, it creates homelessness.
So why is this Labour Council also disciplining poor people? That's a Tory policy.
That's because they haven't got much choices, Tony. It may be that at the margin, it may be at the margin that they should have done certain things differently. I'm always open to criticism. Or, I'm not the mayor. The point is that they, if they're doing things wrong, then they need to be criticised. But the fundamentals of all of this is to do with the way the Tories have run the country for the last 30 or 40 years.
Yeah, and the way that some Labour mayors like Marvin Rees behave exactly as if they are Tories.
I think you would soon notice the difference if we had a Tory mayor of Bristol, Tony. It wouldn't be the same at all.
Well, maybe we should give it a go and find out.
Well, I don't think there's any chance of that whatsoever.
No, neither do I. Also, one of the big criminals in all of this, of course, are the banksters, the one that fragile egos like to look up to, the rich and powerful. And one of the most powerful institutions here in Bristol is Lloyds Bank, based at Castle Park, the so-called business support unit that was used to cripple and crush businesses. I spoke earlier this week to Trevor Mealham. He's part of a group which is victims of Lloyds Bank, and one of those most famous victims was Noel Edmonds. And Lloyds, because Noel Edmonds is well known, famous, and finds it easy to get publicity, they settled out of court with him, and of course not with all these other 100 or so or more other victims. Trevor was also telling me, Martin, that various people were sent into his little group in order to sow discord, to split it. And basically the idea was to break up the group so that they couldn't operate effectively. This is a psychological warfare technique.
That wouldn't surprise me. I'm not shocked.
So let's have a listen now to Trevor Mealham talking about the business support unit here in Castle Park and what he believes he's found. He's put together something he calls the Matrix, which is about the specific individuals at Lloyds Bank and their connections with the authorities via something called common purpose.
My name is Trevor Mealham. I'm a victim of criminal fraud by Lloyds Bank. I'm one of hundreds of victims. And there were 10 BSU units around the UK, and typically what happens is you end up at the abattoir, which is Lloyds BSU Bristol. If you look in the senior police authorities, and Avon and Somerset is riddled with it, there's common purpose. If you look at the civil servants above it, there is common purpose. If you look at the Hansards in the House of Commons, there is a bit where fraud was made low priority and it was taken off performance and statistic figures. So, and the bit of that in Hansard actually reads, and it's got the common purpose in it. So there are MPs. I think we'll find the leader of the Reds at the moment is common purpose, and so on. We've had common purpose in government for 3 decades, and when you first look at it, it's hard to get your head round because you think, I'll go and vote. It will make a difference. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever because behind the scenes, you've got this shadow government and it's made up of reds, yellows, blues. And I think what's happening now, we're looking at what Boris is doing. There's been a fight on between Downing Street and Whitehall. And if you look at some of the ones like Sajid Javid, who's from Bristol, and you search him, there's an awful lot of comments there with common purpose. So as a victim, a bank fraud victim, we've been fighting away and going to a lot of these politicians and the regulators. And, you speak to the victims, they say it's like hitting a brick wall, stonewalled. And what research we've done, part of my background was advising on property fraud and money laundering. And I'm what they call an INTJ, so I look at patterns and strategies. And we've been building as a group this big matrix with all the victims' evidence we've got. And we're finding that in the regulators, in the FCA, in FOSS, there are people that are clearly common purpose because they're on a lot of the literature. And when you take your complaints there, they will get thrown out. So you've got that. You then go to the police. We know with Avon and Somerset Police, we know that there's victims' evidence that didn't get passed over to Thames Valley Police. So when the police crime commissioner from Avon Somerset set a peer review, which was supposed to be an investigation, if somebody was a murderer and said, you can look anywhere in my car, but you can't look in the glove compartment, you can't look in the boot, you could get a clean bill of health. You could be Peter Sutcliffe. So we've been messed about a lot by the police. And we know that there are connections between seniors at Lloyds Bank and past PMs. One really interesting bit is, if I go back to John Major, his number 2 was Norman Blackwell. And Norman Blackwell is now the chairman of Lloyds Bank. If we then go, I've got a copy of the matrix here that our group has now got. And if we go to Tony Blair, now Tony Blair, he had 2 very important aides. He had Julian Middleton, who was the frontwoman founder set-up person for Common Purpose. And another one he had was Dr. Wendy Peart. Dr. Wendy Peart is the one that Mr. Osorio, the current CEO of Lloyds, had the affair with. What happened there? Are there some photos or videos about? I don't know. If we then go to Mr. Gordon Brown, his advisor on finance bits was Mr. Budenberg. Robin Budenberg, who started at PwC, who do a lot of Lloyd's audits, and we know that they're wrong. And Mr. Budenberg has been nominated to come back to Lloyds Bank next year and become its chairman. If we then go down to Mr. Cameron, he actually introduced something from the Policy Exchange, which is quite a bit of common purpose in there. And that was to reform and bring in police crime commissioners to hold police to account. The police chiefs, they can sack them. The police crime commissioners look after the crime plan. Going to court is a little bit like a pantomime. There's rules and so on. And even if you've got a good solicitor, there will be rules there. However, if people want to look us up and so on, we've got a website which is action4justice.co.uk.
So there's Trevor Meelan, action4justice.co.uk, raising all sorts of issues, Martin. Really, I mean, we've just been talking about the homeless and the poor, people living in boats, in vans, because they can't afford rent anymore. This is the other end of the spectrum, isn't it? The people who are government advisors on all sorts of massive stipends. And they're now being slated to be running these criminal banks, and banks that have basically fleeced their customers and used their basically asset stripped businesses and sold them off. As soon as they get a loan, they have this thing called bait and switch, which Trevor talks about quite a lot, where you take out a legitimate loan and then you're told, oh, you've got all sorts of better conditions here if you just sign on the dotted line. And then you find that there's all sorts of other conditions that have changed in the loan that you didn't know about. And then they just press the button and call all the loans in and make a tremendous amount of money at doing this.
Well, I understand that Thames Valley Police were investigating all of this, but that Avon and Somerset did not. And of course, for listeners who are not familiar with it, Common Purpose is an organisation which supposedly trains future leadership talent in the public and private sectors, and so a lot of people, people in positions of authority have been trainees of Common Purpose. None of this surprises me.
They call graduates. So basically, it's a sort of like a Masonic kind of network of specific individuals. One of the things I find so interesting about Common Purpose is when people go on their Common Purpose graduations and they think this is some sort of great thing to get involved in. And for some people, it's like, fine, But what happens is you're talking about many of your childhood experiences and things like this as part of the Common Purpose program. So what happens is, of course, the Common Purpose people, the teachers, the individuals running it, have got a whole load of information about your personal background as well, almost profiling you.
Well, I can imagine that lots of people who get invited to go on Common Purpose courses, and of course they're often paid for by the Common Purpose, and they know that other people who've been on these courses have actually, got into positions of authority, got their careers helped by being part of Common, you put it on your CV, it looks good when you apply for a job and all the rest of it. You can see why these people are all, working to a common purpose.
But, okay, so the FCA, the regulators, the Financial Conduct Authority, Common Purpose too, Trevor says.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me, would it? I mean, the whole purpose of Common Purpose is
funded by the banking industry. I mean, it sounds
I'd
bizarre.
be very interesting to find out where they were funded from. Yeah, but I mean, basically, we're talking about one of the networks by which ruling classes bind members to themselves. And it's just one of them. I mean, as you say, you mentioned Freemasonry there. That's another mechanism. And there's all sorts of mechanisms, isn't there?
The political impact of these banksters has been enormous. Not only the 2008 massive bailouts, nearly £1 trillion bailout in 2008, but we've seen they're now talking about a $2 trillion bailout in the United States supposedly for the pandemic.
Well, that's right. I mean, if the pandemic hadn't happened, what we would be talking about is the second banking crisis.
Effectively, this is just gifts to the super rich.
Well, it is, of course. What it is the privatisation of profit and the socialisation of losses.
But we can't afford to house people.
No, of course we can't, because people's needs are very much secondary to the financialisation. Basically, what should have happened if you're following a free market textbook is in 2008, when the banks went bust, they should have been allowed to go bust, and people who got their money in those banks should have lost it, because that's what capitalism is all about.
Talking about bust banks, Deutsche Bank money laundering scandal could create the greatest economic crisis in history. This is Mint Press News.
Yeah.
Raul Diego, the leak of the FinCEN files has rocked global markets and augurs a financial crisis of epic proportions as Deutsche Bank hovers over the precipice. Well, we keep hearing about Deutsche Bank hovering over the precipice. It's played a big role in the Second World War too, Deutsche Bank, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're probably one of the most insolvent bank in the world. And of course, what's happened as a result of the pandemic, they've been able to bail. I mean, the stock markets all over the world have been goosed by taxpayer resources. BlackRock have basically taken over financial and economic policy from the elected government in the United States. And of course, and this all started in September last year, before the pandemic, and that's why it's very suspicious that the pandemic has come along, because it means that they've been able to basically shovel money down the throat of the banks and just goose the stock market so they can get all these stock market buybacks and all the rest of it, which is a way of basically increasing the remuneration of insiders. And if that had been done without a pandemic, then everybody would have been screaming blue murder, saying, well, you did this 10 years ago, you're doing it again, 12 years ago, you're doing it again, what the hell's going on? But of course, everybody has accepted that they had to bail the banks out because of the pandemic, and therefore that's extremely suspicious
so anyway, back to Deutsche Bank. Along with several of the world's biggest commercial banks, are embroiled in a global money laundering scandal that spans over 2 decades, as documents leaked to BuzzFeed show the movement of $2 trillion in illicit cash through the Western banking establishment. A cache of suspicious activity reports, they're called SARS, funnily enough, nothing to do with the SARS COVID-2, apparently, detailing years of potentially illegal banking transactions, was shared with 108 news organisations in 88 countries, including, according to the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. These records are a requirement for any financial institution that engaged in dollar-denominated transactions anywhere in the world, are filed with the Treasury Department's Intelligence Unit, the Financial Crimes and Enforcement Network, or FinCEN. More than 2,100 SARS released to the press are considered historical documents by the implicated banks, who respond to the usual Pontius Pilate routine. When reached for comment by the media, they wash their hands of the matter, claiming to have fulfilled their legal obligation before the US Treasury, Martin.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically the whole system is control fraud. So even if they're fined, like HSBC were fined for
just to point out, Deutsche Bank is by far the biggest bank in this so-called fraud, in these suspicious activities, the money laundering, $2 trillion.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not alone. They're all doing it. HSBC were convicted of money laundering for the I think it was Los Cetas cartel in Mexico. They were fined. The bank is fined, which basically means that the individuals who carried out the fraud are not fined. And of course, they just regard being, if the bank is fined and it's only a fraction of the money they've made by doing the illegal activity, it's just basically a cost of doing business. And Philip Green, who was the head of the bank, not only was he not punished, he was made an advisor on tax policy to the Tory government of David Cameron.
OK, let's move on to the Manchester Arena inquiry, the bomb there in 2017. You sent me this one, Martin, The Guardian, saying that the Manchester Arena bomber was linked to 6 MI5 subjects of interest. And this is what the inquiry has been hearing.
Yeah, so of course a lot of the relatives are saying, well, they must have, we're not happy with this. They should have known that he was a dangerous guy. There's all sorts of evidence to show that he was, he should have been watched and all the rest. But
there's an enormous amount of intelligence comes into MI5. Surely, I mean, maybe on thousands of people, maybe even on us. You never know. But they can't say that each of them is a terrorist. No, they can't lock everybody up.
Well, I think the fundamental issue here is that the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group has had its headquarters in Manchester since the 1980s. They are the opposition to Gaddafi, and they were implicated in the MI6 plot to assassinate Gaddafi, which led to David Shayler and Annie Mashon
one of the things
resigning from MI5.
MI5 have said is that on one occasion Abadi had himself been made a subject of interest to MI5, but his file was closed 5 months later in July 2014. Now, can we trust MI5 when they say that?
No, we can't. And of course his father who has now turned up in Turkey, he immediately said that this is a stitch up by MI5, because MI5 and MI6 are intimate with the Islamic Fighting Group. They basically used them as a mechanism for fighting Gaddafi, and many of them went to fight in Afghanistan in the 1980s with the full support and knowledge of British intelligence services. So the very least you could say is that the attack in Manchester was blowback for the intelligence services, because they basically allowed these people to operate in Manchester as a safe haven from Libya, and a lot of them were going back to Libya during that period to fight alongside British special forces against the Gaddafi-led Libyan army. So the very least you could say is that because they've had this relationship with these extremists going back to the 80s, that they ought to have known that these people are the sort of people who go and blow things up. But it may well be, underlying all of this, is that the intelligence services are knowledgeable about Islamic extremism, and they want these incidents to take place because it allows them to get more power. It's part of, the 9/11 attack was carried out by the US security forces, and of course the British security forces are intimately linked with them. And their links with Islamist terrorism go back to the 1980s. That's the official story. Officially, we know that we've been working with these groups
18 times, Martin.
for years.
Apparently, Salman Abedi came to MI5's attention 18 times. And I don't know if one of those times was because I can remember initially when this happened, reporting that someone had told one of the national papers that they had reported him to the anti-terror hotline as well, phoned in and said, this guy's really iffy and dodgy, keep a close eye on him. And of course they didn't.
No, and it may be that there are various layers to this onion.
Now, was he a lone person doing this on his own?
Well, don't forget, somebody knew how to build a proper bomb.
Not him.
No,
but he's supposed to be a lone
this is it. But he was definitely Libyan Islamic fighting group because his father was in it, his brother was in it. They were in Libya fighting alongside special forces.
But you see, these
against
people,
Gaddafi.
Martin, this is the key to this, because these people were actually quite hot material, weren't they? Because they knew a tremendous amount about the overthrow of Gaddafi and the British involvement in that.
Well, I think the thing is that don't forget...
I mean, the British have been using people like him.
Yes, and the 7/7 attacks and all the rest of it. You've got to recognise that Western intelligence services, including MI5 and MI6, have had an intimate relationship with Saudi Arabia and with Libya, where they've encouraged lots of Islamist extremism as part of their general policy to, control the developing world. And, of course, at the same time, they want, a lot of so-called Islamist extremism in the West and attacks are essentially orchestrated from inside the intelligence service.
Well, also this week, Manchester Arena bombing inquiry says the fire service apologises for a 2-hour delay responding to the terror attack. Now, it does beg a belief that it's going to take the fire brigade 2 hours to actually get there.
I understand that they thought that maybe somebody with a weapon who was there.
Well, these things are sometimes deliberately like what happened at the Westminster Bridge attack. This was circulated as a rumour by the police, but it turned out not to be true, and it meant that nobody went near the area. Everyone went away, including the fire brigade.
Well, I think if we look back to the 7/7 attacks and all of the anomalies there, which were covered in the film Mind the Gap, and also to some extent in the
ludicrous diversion, I think, is the definitive one on 7/7.
But I mean the point is that most people who've looked into this, that the official story is that we worked with the Saudis in the 1980s under Operation Cyclone to take people. The Libyans were very heavily involved in this. They were all taken over to Afghanistan to fight against the Red Army. An Islamic International Brigade was created. They were trained by our own special forces, and then, boo-hoo, they suddenly turned and bit the hand that fed them on 9/11 and thereafter. Now, anybody who believes that story, and that is the mainstream story, then I've got a suspension bridge to tell you. Because of course we've been working exactly the same bunch of extremists against Gaddafi and inside Syria. We're going to come to Nagorno-Karabakh later, but it's quite clear that Syrian mercenaries effectively are fighting for the Azeris and being supported by Turkey, which is part of NATO.
I'll put a link up to this on our show page, because in March 2018 firefighters, in the Independent, the firefighters did not respond to the bombing for 2 hours because of a false alarm over an active shooter by the police. Lord Kerslake, the former head of the civil service, praised individual acts of bravery, but firefighters stationed nearby heard the blast themselves, prepared for mobilisation, but they were told there was an active shooter, and they meant they did not arrive at the scene for 2 hours. The effect of this was valuable resource was not available. So whoever gave this idea about a fire, an active shooter, was apparently the Strategic Gold Command, and that's the police. So the police kept the firefighters away. Nevertheless, this week we've read this completely contradictory story where the fire service is apologising for what the police have actually done by scaring them from going in to do anything. In fact, telling them to come nowhere near for 2 hours.
Well, as you pointed out, did this guy act alone? Of course, his brother has now been sentenced, so obviously they're saying that he didn't act alone. But I come back to my fundamental point. The Libyan Islamic fighting group has had intimate relations with MI6 going back to the 1980s. And they are based in Manchester because MI6 wanted them to be based in Manchester. And that is the policy pursued from the 1980s when Margaret Thatcher was in power, and we set up a network of international Islamic extremism all over the world. We created it. Your taxes paid for.
Okay, and I'll put some links up on our show page to this contradictory story about the Manchester arena. Of course, when there are massive anomalies like this, Martin, one does have to ask questions. Firefighters, this is from June 2017 even. Firefighters are infuriated after they were stopped from helping bomb victims at Manchester Arena. They've spoken as their shame after being held back by their bosses from helping victims of the arena bomb. No crews were allowed to arrive at the scene until 90 minutes after the 10:33 p.m. attack.
Yes, I mean, it begs lots of questions, doesn't it? And, of course, most people in the mainstream, if they ask questions, will be asking questions about competence. I think it's more serious than that. There has been, I repeat myself again, there has been an intimate relationship between Western intelligence services like MI6 and Islamist extremism going back decades, and it's not something that ended in Syria. There's stuff come out this week through a hack that the British taxpayer was paying massive amounts of money to basically provide propaganda for jihadists in Syria. And we're still working with exactly the same people we were working with back then. And then, of course, we've got this whole idea of, Islamist extremism, we've got to do something about it. Well, one of the things we could do is stop funding it. And, of course, we could stop cooperating with the Saudis, who are the Islamic extremists par excellence.
What is incredible is that no journalists pick up the firefighter's chief on this. And it looks as if the firefighter chief, it was him that actually told his people that he wasn't allowed to go in. Peter O'Reilly's his name, the former chief fire officer at Greater Manchester Fire and Rescue, said he was worried that firefighters would be shot at or hit by a second bombing. So he's apologised, but of course it meant that people died, and the actual real culprits surely are the gold commanders from the police that gave out this warning of an active shooter with no evidence whatsoever.
Well, we don't know. I mean, what ought to happen is things ought to be properly investigated. 7/7 ought to be properly investigated because of people saying there were bombs under the trains, the warnings that were given to the Israeli embassy.
Okay, and Manchester Arena,
C4 explosives.
The Manchester Arena attack plotters are still at large, apparently. Now, that's bizarre because we were told that this guy Salman Abedi was a lone nutter.
Well, I understand his brother has also been sentenced. But nevertheless, it does beg questions. The Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, I repeat.
This is Patrick Gibbs, QC, representing the British Transport Police. Don't repeat it. Yeah. The public inquiry into the atrocity said it was obvious suicide bomber Salman Abedi and his brother Hashim from South Manchester must have had help. But will the other potential murderers, we don't yet know their names, could they be working for MI5, those potential helpers?
This is exactly the point I'm trying to make. What needs to be investigated is the linkages between the Islamic Fighting Group of Libya and the Western Intelligence Service, and then perhaps we should be putting some MI6 officers on trial.
So they wanted to get rid of Salman Abedi, the security services, because he knew too much about their operations to overthrow Gaddafi. So do you think he was simply framed for this and maybe, he intentionally blown up himself?
He may have been allowed to carry out the attack, because don't forget these attacks are part of a strategy of tension.
He may have been encouraged to do it.
Yes, he may, or he may have been slipped through the net, or he may not have done it at all, and he may just be a patsy. Because it's quite possible that a different, as we know on 7/7, a French police officer came out of Scotland Yard and said, what's really worrying about this is it looks as if they use C4 explosive, which is NATO standard issue explosive. And then we were told it was some kind of TPT explosive, TATP explosive made out of hair dye. But I think that none of that stacks up. In actual fact, it probably was C4 explosive, as it was in bomb attacks in Italy in the 70s and 80s. In other words, NATO standard issue explosive. How do Islamist extremists get hold of that stuff? And that's because they get it directly from their handlers in the intelligence services, don't they? And if we're going to investigate properly, we wouldn't be sending random Muslim teenagers to prison. We'd be sending some of our top people to prison, like Brigadier Gordon Kerr, who was responsible for the Loyalist terror campaign in Northern Ireland. But, of course, not punished at all. Why would he be punished?
I suppose it's because he's part of the state. The state doesn't generally do very well when it's investigating itself.
Well, that's what Vincent Guerrero, the fascist terrorist, said. The state doesn't prosecute the state. I think people have got to wise up to the fact that over many years, the intelligence services, far from protecting us from Islamist extremism, have been the main sponsors of it. And I think what's happened in Syria over the last 10 years really brings that home.
Well,
it's not as if it's something they used to do, they still do it.
This is getting to the heart of Islamophobia, isn't it? Because we talked last week about Jamal Afghani creating these fake Muslim groups in order to provide a kind of Islam.
The British have been encouraging the more... the British have been encouraging the more extreme and reactionary elements of Islamic belief and creating structures for many years, because their main enemy from their point of view is actually secular nationalism. So the Muslim Brotherhood was definitely weaponised in Egypt to undermine Nasser.
Well, look, before we leave the Manchester Arena bombing inquiry, because it's always interesting, isn't it, when these things come out and we look back at the original evidence and it's like that's all been forgotten about and none of the mainstream journalists ask any questions, people like Daniel Sanford, etc. At the BBC just forget that they reported something completely different 2 or 3 years ago. The Manchester Arena bombing inquiry, here's a man was fobbed off by security when he warned about a suicide attacker. The man, named only as witness A, said he approached someone resembling Salman Abedi because he looked out of place. The details of the confrontation emerged at the public inquiry in Manchester. The concert goer said he approached a man resembling Salman Abedi. He looked out of place on the night of the 22nd of May 2017 attack. He said the suspicious man was carrying a large rucksack in the crowded venue. Counsel said the opening hearing said he said to the man, "What have you got in your rucksack?" He got no reply. He said, "It doesn't look very good, you know. You with a bag in a place like this. What are you doing?" The man is said to have replied, "I'm waiting for somebody, mate. Have you got the time? What time is it?"
Yeah.
He was fobbed off by a security worker, Mohammed Aga, when he warned him about the suspicious man. He said he'd spoken to Mr. Aga at 10:14, some 17 minutes before the detonation. He spoke to Mr. Aga, then said he spoke to his colleague Kyle Lawler about the matter 8 minutes before the bomb went off, but neither security control nor anyone else was informed about the suspicious activity, the hearing was told. Now, you know what, this tallies perfectly, doesn't it, with the thing we've reported many times on this programme, Martin, which is a lady called Dawn Waddy, who also went to the security and said, here's someone very suspicious who's not interested in the concert, and she's
a woman.
She can't speak. She doesn't speak any English. She's not interested in the concert, and she's acting very suspiciously, fiddling with her bag all the way through the concert. Actually sitting in there, and apparently she was looking and smirking in the direction of where the bomb eventually went off. So the security, at least twice, were warned about Salman Abedi, if indeed he was there, and did absolutely nothing about it. This private security firm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are things that have happened which you could say are, incompetence or failure. But the more sinister thing that people need to get their heads around is that these events are possibly orchestrated. 7/7 almost certainly. And, of course, the purpose of them is a strategy of tension to keep Islamophobia high, to keep spending on military matters high, to basically create the groundwork for intervention in places like Syria, which has been reduced to misery by British taxpayers' money.
Well, the Manchester Arena bomb wasn't that, was it? It was an intervention here.
Well, indeed, but the point is that you do it in both places, don't you? I mean, you could, and of course you then say, oh, look at all these extremists in Syria, we're going to have to intervene. But of course they don't say, well, in actual fact, the extremists in Syria were orchestrated by NATO and the Gulf states. And they were paid and trained by resources paid by British taxpayers. That's the truth. And people just, the mainstream media basically don't bother to investigate these things, and they don't have a framework that allows them to understand what's going on. They don't know anything about the history of NATO intelligence services. They just presume it's all James Bond and they're the good guys.
Yes, unfortunately they're not, are they? Anyway, so let's go back to PMQs, a final visit for a little while anyway. Let's apparently there is a trade, and you can say something about this before we hear this, Martin, because, obviously there's this trade battle going on with the EU, but it's also going on with the US, isn't it?
Well, I mean, there's all sorts of things in the kaleidoscope at the moment, aren't there? I mean, we've done a trade deal with Japan. That trade deal with Japan actually puts limits on the state aid that British companies can receive. So at the same time, we're trying to argue with the EU that we want to, because this is Cummings' particular little project, that we want to be able to, break EU state aid rules, even though we've already agreed that we're not going to use state aid in the agreement with Japan. I mean, it's quite bizarre, really, because the EU, other countries in the EU actually are more inclined to support their industries with state aid, and Britain has always argued against it because we're a free market buccaneering country. We don't believe in state aid. But Cummings particularly wants a slush fund of state aid so he can hand it out to his mates in the artificial intelligence industry, and he thinks that this is and that's one of the sticking points. And the obvious
so
thing
why
to
do we hear no criticism of this sort of thing from Keir Starmer?
Keir Starmer, because he was a Remainer and because he called for a second referendum, and he's trying to win back the Red Wall, which largely voted for Brexit, is trying to just stay out of it and let them, basically let the Tories have enough rope to hang themselves, because it's
that is a tactic, but is it a winning tactic?
Well, I think that's what he's decided to do. I mean, to be honest with you, see, if he was to criticise what's going on, they haven't got the numbers in the House of Commons to vote down what the government's doing, unlike last year. So there's, they can do what they want. So they might as well let them do what they want, and then people will find out when they've done what they want whether they like it or not.
Well, your strategy of going for a second referendum was a complete failure. Wasn't it?
It didn't work in the circumstances. It was perfectly legitimate for people to call for one if they wanted one, and now we're going to.
But it lost you the election. It lost Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, that's one of the things.
And now you've got Keir Starmer from the Trilateral Commission.
Keir Starmer is, people might argue with him, but I mean, in some respects, he's done a reasonable job of holding the government to account. And
he's not held them to account at all. Well, he actually agrees with what they're doing.
Well, they've lost 21 points from opinion polls. They were riding high at the beginning of the crisis.
Well, that's largely Boris, isn't it?
Well, that's right. And
anyway, let's have a listen now to this bit about the trade war with the States, because this, I think, is one of the fascinating sides of this. Many people who voted for Brexit thought everything was going to go swimmingly, and we were going to have a lovely trade relationship with the States.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it's essential that the iniquitous tariffs that the US has placed on Scotch malt whisky be removed during the current presidential term? And therefore, will he commit the government, as a matter of urgency, to reach a bilateral agreement with the US on the Airbus-Boeing dispute so that can happen?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for raising this important matter. As I've raised several times myself with President Trump and others in the US administration, we will continue to take a very robust line, and it cannot be right that American consumers should continue to pay over the odds for Scotch. It cannot be right that this discrimination should continue, and we will fight it every step of the way.
So there you have it. It's all sorts of problems with the relationship with the US, Martin. It doesn't seem as it's going to be an easy ride at all, does it?
No, it never was going to be. Trade deals are incredibly contentious, which is why it's so hard to negotiate them.
Trump was a big friend of Nigel Farage, apparently, but now he's turned the tables on us.
Well, don't forget that Trump never promised that he was going to make Britain great again, did he? And his attitude is, I'm going to do everything I can to help my own people.
Yeah, he wants to bring us
money.
to heel, doesn't he?
Well, that's right. And that we will be in a very weak position in negotiating with him. Although what may happen is a result of this withdrawal from the withdrawal agreement that was signed with the EU, is that the Congress in the US will not ratify any trade agreement which they think imperils the Good Friday Agreement. So, in other words, there's no deal to be done there. And there's probably no deal to be done with the EU either. So, and the WTO is about to be smashed by Trump because he's not interested in having, because the Chinese, basically all the Trump tariffs on Chinese goods, the World Trade Organization has said, well, they're not fair, and that basically the Chinese are in the right. So Trump's answer to that is just to say, well, sod the World Trade Organization. So it could well be, come January, that we'll be leaving the EU, we'll have no deals with the US, and the World Trade Organization won't have a disputes panel. So in other words, we'll be trading completely without any kind of rules at all, and it's going to be extremely messy.
OK, let's look at the end of the Julian Assange hearing. I call it the extraordinary extradition hearing, just as a sort of reference to extraordinary rendition, because it seems like it's the same kind of people that were brewing up torture in secret prisons that are running this trial. Well, it seems like a trial, even though it's only a hearing, Martin.
Yes, I mean, it's basically a travesty. It's a kangaroo court for an Australian who's not an American citizen.
Obviously, it's not just us saying that. Obviously, we're very concerned about press freedom. The thing is that, I'm not going to say it. Let's let Nils Melzer, the Special Rapporteur on Torture for the United Nations, and he gave a comment yesterday about the Julian Assange trial.
This really is a battle over press freedom, over the rule of law, over the future, I would say even of democracy, because democracy, which means that the people control governmental power, this cannot exist with secrecy. Yeah? You deprive the public of their right to know, and you deprive them of the tools to control the government.
So that's Nils Melzer, UN Special Rapporteur on Torture. He's saying this is just the end of the rule of law in Britain, basically, the end of democracy if Assange is extradited. If Judge Barrister rules in the US favour, that's it. You might as well tear up any kind of rights of democracy, and the rule of law is completely gone.
Yeah, I cannot see any basis in English common law for Assange to be held. It's complete defiance of habeas corpus, and this is basically a travesty. And of course,
they're holding him because they believe he will run away if they let him go. So they need to have they need to have him at this hearing, Martin. And if they just let him go and walk around and say, well, we're going to give you bail, that he'll abscond.
Well, it's not a question just of bail. The charges are absurd. And they keep changing the charges as well. That's one of the things they've done. So the defence has been based on one set of charges, and then they suddenly said, oh no, we're going to charge you with all these other things. In other words, they're basically making it up as they go along, which you're not supposed to do. And most of the media have ignored this and treated it as if it's a joke. And of course, particularly The Guardian have covered themselves in ignominy here, because they were the ones who leaked the passwords which allowed the WikiLeaks files to be accessed.
And there's been a lot of criticism, particularly by Media Lens this week, of the BBC, who say that they've had a reporter in there all the way through the hearing, I suppose listening by some sort of a video link, but they've hardly reported on the case at all on the BBC. It's almost as if it has never happened, even though it's probably one of the most important cases in the world right now, or in history in the UK.
Yeah, and of course what may happen, and I hope it does happen, is that he walks free and then he's going to be demanding massive damages. But of course we shall have to see. I mean, basically there's no basis here, for as far as I can see, for any prosecution in a court of law in England. And he ought to walk free right now. I mean, there shouldn't be any doubt about it.
But, what's going on with the BBC? Why haven't they been reporting this?
Well, don't forget, the BBC is about to be put under the cosh by Charles Moore and others, who used to run the Telegraph.
Well, he was quite a good editor of the Telegraph in his day.
Yeah, well, okay, but I mean, the point is the BBC don't want to be reporting on Assange any more than the Telegraph reports on Assange.
Well, it might be.
Because that's where we're going, isn't it?
It might be that you might see some changes at the BBC. Depends who actually becomes the chairman. But anyway, so we've got almost like a BBC mind control channel where they're telling us what the establishment wants us to hear rather than what we need to hear.
Indeed.
Everything that Russia do is wrong. The BBC never noticed when Israel bombed Syria. They haven't noticed that more people were killed by the lockdown than saved by it. They haven't noticed that Belarus, who didn't lock down and used chloroquine, have a 7 times lower death rate than the UK. They haven't noticed that we need all young people to catch the virus if we want herd immunity, because not one young person has died of COVID. They haven't noticed that COVID is probably a bioweapon, and they haven't noticed that asymptomatic cases are not the same as deaths. So they really are. I mean, they're basically like gaslighting the entire population of the BBC right now. And I would say this is national BBC, not the regional or local BBC.
Well, I agree that the BBC has, in terms of reporting on things like the Assange case and others, have been basically lapdogs for the establishment. But I don't necessarily agree with all the other things that were in that list. The BBC.
Andrew Nils has left in a huff. I mean,
well, no,
he's been booted out basically, and he's gone on to start his own channel, rather like Prince Charles. It seems like that's the fad. Also, Martin, I noticed this week that the Queen, and you pointed this out to me last Friday, the Queen after the show is to get a bailout from the taxpayer after her land and property investments plummeted due to the coronavirus pandemic. Well, why is it that all these people that are being thrown on the streets, made homeless, etc., by having their livelihoods destroyed by the government coronavirus rules, they are not, but the Queen is going to get a bailout, a 25% share of the profits of the Crown estate, apparently, from us, the taxpayer.
Well, there you go. One law for us and one law for them.
So £350,000 may be just the level of inflation. The monarch will get an increase of 0.4% in her grant because of all the difficulties she's had with coping with the poor old coronavirus, up to £86.3 million of public money. Now, surely she's got a massive land holdings, as has Charles. She doesn't need any money at all from the public purse, does she?
Well, the argument is that if they're going to be part of the Constitution, they have to be paid to do that bit. I would argue, in fact, that their vast wealth belongs to the state. The Duchy of Lancaster is part of the state, but of course it's treated as private money, which then can be spent on anything they want. I think that's ultimately what may happen, or may have to happen, is their whole estate has to fall to the state and be used for general purposes.
But back to Assange, why is it going to take until the 4th of January next year for us to hear a verdict? This just sounds to me like the whole thing is being fitted up, cooked up. I mean, surely if the judge, barrister, was being an honest person, then she could just give a verdict next week. She could give her judgment next week. But no, we've got to wait all the way through October, November, December. 3 months she's got, a quarter of a year, a whole season, in order to cook up some sort of response, which is, I would imagine, being actually probably written for her by the United States. This isn't justice.
No, it isn't. And of course they're putting it off because they can't quite come up with anything which is credible. And that's why one of the things they've had to change the charges, because they basically can't, the charges that they started with, they can't sustain them, so they're trying to find something else. Basically, as I say, it's a kangaroo court. That's what it is.
So, like many people who are in lockdown and obeying the rules, Julian Assange is going to have to spend Christmas behind bars.
Well, he's already spent years in solitary confinement, effectively. And, of course, the other thing that's happening is the Spanish judges are looking into the role of the
how is it
private company in Ecuadorian embassy.
That's what I'm coming on to. How is it possible
for the CIA?
For him to be, for this extradition to be allowed, when it's been proved and shown in court that the Americans and the Ecuadorian embassy were spying on all the conversations going on between Julian Assange and his lawyers? Obviously, that's, they have basically broken all the legal protocols, and so this should be thrown out immediately. I mean, he should have walked out. He should have walked out today. Yesterday.
They were also talking about the possibility of poisoning him. And in fact, the trail there leads back to Sheldon Adelson's, if you know who he is, the biggest contributor to Republican funds in the US, owner of casinos, fanatical pro-Zionist. His security people, who are related to the CIA, were the people who were talking to the private security company, which is now being prosecuted in Spain, for breaking the law. And they've now called for this guy who is the head of Adelson Security to be extradited to Spain to stand trial. And of course the US is attempting to avoid having him extradited. This is a massive can of worms. The CIA and British intelligence services have been involved in law-breaking here. And they should be prosecuted, shouldn't they? Not Assange.
So I think we'll finish the first part of the programme this week, Martin, by hearing from Julian Assange's fiancée, Stella Morris, who gave a statement yesterday outside the Old Bailey. Bit of a tearjerker.
It's a fight for Julian's life, a fight for press freedom, and a fight for the truth. Over the past 4 weeks, the true nature of this prosecution has come to light. Julian is being punished for performing a public service that we have all benefited from. He is in prison because he informed you of actual crimes and atrocities being committed by a foreign power. That foreign power has ripped away his freedom and has torn our family apart. That power wants to put him in incommunicado detention in the deepest, darkest hole of its prison system for the rest of his life. Julian faces a 175-year prison sentence. Most of the charges relate to simply receiving and possessing government documents. Under oath, the prosecution concedes that it has no evidence that a single person has ever come to physical harm because of these publications. Julian is not a U.S. citizen. He has never lived there. He did not sign an oath to the U.S. government. He should not be sent there. Julian's duty is to the public to publish evidence of wrongdoing, and that's what he did. Terrible crimes were committed in Iraq and Afghanistan, and terrible crimes were committed at Guantanamo Bay. The perpetrators of those crimes, they're not in prison, but Julian is. Julian is a publisher. Julian is also a son. He's a friend. He's my fiancé and a father. Our children need their father. Julian needs his freedom. And our democracy needs a free press. Thank you.
Oh, that's the voice of Stella Morris, Julian Assange's fiancée, Martin. Now, this has been compared to the Dreyfus case, something that happened in the late 1800s in France. Can you... late 1900s in France. Could you take us through the comparison? Why should we compare this to Dreyfus?
Well, the Dreyfus case became a kind of one of the first causes célèbres.
Hasn't Roman Polanski just brought a film out? In fact,
yes, that's right.
I was very much wanting to see that. I seem to remember the beginning of this year, and I couldn't manage to get to see it. I think it was called J'Accuse.
Yeah, well, J'Accuse was what Victor Hugo, who was defended. Dreyfus was falsely accused of selling secrets to the Germans because he was Jewish.
So this was a famous bit of anti-Semitism by the French authorities.
Yeah, that's right.
They fitted him up. Wasn't he an artistic officer that was fitted up? And they said that you've been passing this information to the Germans, but actually he hadn't at all. No. And the whole idea was to basically besmirch and smear Jews who were army officers in the French army to make everybody suspicious of Jews. And the whole thing was a setup from the word go. And he was sent to Devil's Island. He was, and it became a touchstone of whether you were a progressive or a reactionary in French politics. So ultimately he was vindicated and released as a result of the campaigns. Victor Hugo, who wrote Les Miserables, he was a journalist and he campaigned on behalf of Dreyfus. Obviously there's differences between Assange's case and the Dreyfus case, but it's got the same political importance. If Assange is extradited from Britain, basically that's overturning the British legal system, because he's not committed any crime in English law, none whatsoever. And how can you can't be extradited to a foreign country for committing crimes which aren't a crime in English law. But essentially the US are using courts around the world to enforce their own version of the truth in defiance of law. So they're all one of the other things they're doing is they're prosecuting and harassing the people at the International Criminal Court because they want to investigate some US actions in Afghanistan and some Israeli actions in Palestine.
And of course the US isn't signed up to the International Criminal Court, just as it isn't signed up to the chemical weapons and biological weapons conventions, even though it demands that everybody else fulfills the criteria. They don't and they won't. And of course they're not signed up to the law of the sea either. So they've got no right to intervene in the South China Sea at all, because they basically haven't signed any agreements which would affect their own territorial waters. So they're basically lawless. And what's happening is that the British state is being dragged into rubber stamping the lawlessness of the US government.
Okay, so the book it's based on, it's called An Officer and a Spy. Roman Polanski's film, which came out last year, is called J'Accuse. I was looking for it around about January, February time, before I went off to New Zealand, Martin. I couldn't find it on anywhere around the Bristol area, and I was looking pretty closely, and certainly the people I was speaking to at the various cinemas are saying, well, we're hoping to have it soon. It does seem this has been suppressed, this film, and maybe we're finding why by making comparisons with Julian Assange. But some will say, look, this is the anti-Semitism is not involved in the Assange case, and it's actually you're trying to egg it up a bit by saying that it's comparable to Dreyfus. So can you just nail why you think it's anything anywhere near as important?
The two cases are quite different in some respects. But the Dreyfus case in France became a touchstone of whether you were progressive or reactionary. And I think it's pretty clear those who have come out in support of Assange are the genuine progressive voices in this country. And those who haven't and who still continue to undermine his position and basically, and there's plenty of them, they are basically shameless. I mean, people like Luke Harding at The Guardian, who worked closely with Assange on getting these WikiLeaks stuff out there, and have now turned on him and claimed that he's a fantasist, he's this, he's that, and they want him extradited. They have made their careers on the back of Julian Assange's investigative journalism. And of course, Luke Harding is one of the great Putin haters, and basically he's got loads of chums in MI6, the Friends of the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group.
I've never seen J'Accuse. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I remember actually watching the film about Catherine Gunn also earlier this year, which was absolutely blindingly brilliant, but of course no reviews at all, hardly any positive reviews, all loads of negative reviews, etc. It does seem as if we've got a media which hates the truth and does everything it does to turn the world upside down. So welcome back to BCFM's Politics Show with Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers and me, Tony Gosling. Well, it's not quite BCFM, it's not BCFM's Politics Show. We're promised that maybe we'll be back. Well, it's not a promise, is it? BCFM's manager Pat Hart, who took us off the air, even though we were able perfectly easily to go online and do it back in March, apparently because he was worried about Ofcom complaints. Said we may be back in November, but we're not holding our breath, that's for sure. We get stuck in this week to untangle the lies and ask the questions that don't seem to have occurred to the muzzled mass media journalists, like flaccid Fiona Bruce running her Antiques Roadshow version of Thursday night's BBC Question Time, a programme that used to be a serious political debate show, as their editors and the producers gag the mouths of professors, doctors and other experts who don't agree with the pharmaceutical industry lobby. We're also looking at the fighting in Nagorno-Karabakh tonight and analyse that. I would say when the BBC World Service did a forum programme on that today, and I think we've actually, I was amazed to hear they got 4 or 5 experts on there and some more people too, but they didn't actually get to the core of what it's about. How did the BBC manage that with all those resources at the World Service? Ritula Shah is very good, but she just doesn't have the right people on. They're all people who have got an axe to grind of some sort, or they just don't know what's going on. Well, anyway, we get to the bottom of that tonight with Marcus Papadopoulos, and we will also look at the week's COVID plandemic developments, including introducing the term Rona scam with single mum Julie Beale, who's been looking into the different types of so-called panacea. That is the vaccines, supposedly the vaccines, but she doesn't call them that. She calls them the RonaVaxes. Also, Richard Madeley has said that the government response is sheer madness and explains why, as well as the Mayor of Middlesbrough is an open defiance of Boris Johnson, saying he refuses to implement draconian measures in his town. Absolutely refused yesterday. And he was on The World at 1 yesterday, and you can have a listen back to that, and suddenly he got cut off. He managed to say about 2 words, and that was it. What would our mayor say? Marvin Rees, the right-wing Labour, in big inverted commas, mayor. What would he say? No prizes for guessing. As well as in Hong Kong, a virologist that says she has evidence that the COVID-19 was definitely man-made at China's Wuhan lab because she worked on it herself. So, Martin, on to our weekly corona battle, you and I, between those that think that it is necessary to lock the entire nation down and those that don't. Again, this is a sort of defining thing, really, a bit like the Assange case. But I think we should probably start, really, with Donald Trump this morning with the amazing announcement that he has actually tested positive. But, of course, the whole idea of testing positive, what does it really mean?
He's in his 70s and was classified as obese at his last health check. Financial markets around the world fell after the president tweeted that he and his wife Melania had COVID-19. Mr. Trump had earlier told Fox News he was going into quarantine after his advisor, Hope Hicks, who travelled with him on Air Force One, had tested positive herself.
I just went for a test, and we'll see what happens. I mean, who knows? But you know Hope very well. She's fantastic, and she's done a great job. But it's very, very hard when you are with people from the military or from law enforcement, and they come over to you and they want to hug you and they want to kiss you because we really have done a good job for them. And you get close and things happen. I was surprised to hear with Hope, but she's a very warm person with them, and she knows there's a risk.
Mika Mosbacher is an advisor to the Trump 2020 campaign. She told us the president was feeling well.
He's a warrior and a fighter, and we do not anticipate at this point that he will become incapacitated. He's got more energy than two 30-year-olds. You just went through this a few months ago with your leader, Boris Johnson. It is obviously a hideous disease, and many people have lost their lives. But fortunately, in this situation, the president is not even feeling symptoms.
So, the president's not feeling symptoms, but he's tested positive. The obvious question here, Martin, is where did he catch it?
Well, I mean, they're claiming that it's Hope Hicks that passed it to him because she got ill, and then she tested positive, and of course she'd had lots to do with him. She's very close to Trump, so then he was tested, and he's found to be positive.
I mean, is it possible that the powers that be might actually just make sure that people like Boris and Trump get contaminated with COVID at a certain point, which is politically suitable for them?
Well, I'm looking at the internet today, and there's plenty of people who are, floating these kind of ideas. I presume that there is some objective basis on which they carry out these tests, and that it's not all made up. But you never know, do you?
Apparently, Hope Hicks is an obsessive mask wearer, which some people would say is a very good thing. Even wears it when she's just walking down the street, which they're not obliged to do that sort of thing. And in restaurants and things like that. So it does rather prove that the mask doesn't stop you getting COVID.
Well, I think that's a non sequitur. I mean, she's got COVID, and so has he. How they got it, we don't really know. They'll probably, presumably, they'll have to go around and track and trace all the people that have been in contact with them. It does
rather justify this whole thing of the original World Health Organization rules about masks that said that actually they don't think masks are a good idea at all because they don't stop you getting the virus. Well, it's proved pretty much that that's the case with Hope. But what about where he caught it? I mean, is that just a couple of days after he did the presidential debate, Martin? So there was Trump wandering around in the TV studios or whatever, and he may well be he caught it there.
Well, I don't know, Tony, any more than you do, but I presume what's going on is they're tracking and tracing all the people he's been in contact with and Hope Hicks has been in contact with, and they'll be trying to find out who's got it and how far it's spread. But it's not hardly surprising because Trump basically, from the get-go, has taken a bit like Boris Johnson saying, "I've just shaken hands with loads of people with coronavirus and I haven't got it." And
it's all very well saying, isn't he a terrible person, etc. But it doesn't seem like, so far anyway, that there's they're saying he's totally asymptomatic, and Melania too.
Well, no doubt, Joe Biden...
Maybe it's a false positive.
Joe Biden...
It's not a false negative, is it? Maybe it's a false positive test.
Joe Biden has said he wishes him a speedy recovery. And it may well be that he will have no symptoms and have a speedy recovery. Or he may have a brush with death like Boris Johnson. Or, given that he's 74 and overweight, he might die. And that'll put a cat among the pigeons, wouldn't it?
Well, he's actually got a fairly good chance of survival, hasn't he? Even at his age.
Well, we shall see.
If you're over 80, then it does start to go up.
We shall see. It may be because Biden was in the same room with him, and and all the rest of it. They could both be tested positive.
Actually, no. Sorry, this is just a few minutes ago. BBC have announced Trump does have mild symptoms. So
that's how Boris started off, and then he went to intensive care.
And Trump's chief of staff said the president was on the job and in good spirits, adding he expected him to make a quick recovery, his chief of staff says. The news comes just after a month before presidential elections, where we'll face Democratic challenger Joe Biden. Well, the obvious thing to ask here is, could this affect the actual running of the election?
Well, it could. I mean, obviously, the effects that it may have. What happened with Boris Johnson when he got ill is he got a bump of support in the opinion polls. So, that may play in Trump's favour, or it may not. If he gets seriously ill, it may play in his favour, but it also tends to undermine his narrative that he said the other week hardly anybody has got it. I mean, he's come out with some pretty confused. Let's put not too fine a point on it. Some fairly confused statements about what's going on, and. It's possible that the implications of this, if he were to die, for example, that would throw the whole election into chaos, and I don't know what would happen. And I mean, I was joking with Dave here earlier that maybe both Biden and Trump could die because they're both in the age range where they might. And then what are they going to do? And there's all sorts of question marks about the election, as you know. All the controversy about the rules of the election and all the rest of it.
Anyone that catches COVID might die, but anyway, let's wish him a speedy recovery like everybody else. So anyway, my theory is that he caught it here. So let's have a listen to the US debate. Our first of two clips from that this week. The US presidential debate. I was listening out for anything about foreign policy, Martin. Nothing on this one at all domestic policy. But here they talk about the vaccine.
You have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies, and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives.
God.
It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them left, I don't know what I call them.
The head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available.
Just like he said, it's a possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also be after that.
When it's generally available.
Well, we're going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be delivering.
This is the same man
it's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
By Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically, you know that. That was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have the vaccine sooner.
So there's Trump finishing up, he's saying we'll have the vaccine sooner than that. And he is in a position to know, but then he's also talking all this up, Martin, for the election, isn't he? It's very interesting the way that this whole COVID experience, this pandemic, is affecting the elections in the United States.
It is, and of course the bad news for the anti-vaxxers, as it were, is that both Biden and Trump are boasting about how quickly they're going to get a vaccine. So there's no real acceptance of the RFK analysis that the vaccines are going to be.
This word anti-vaxxer is a smear, though, isn't it? I mean, it's saying that it is a smear because it's trying to lump all together everyone that criticises vaccines as some kind of nutcase.
Yeah, well, but Trump
actually, there's perfectly legitimate criticisms.
There are different views about this, as you know. But Trump there is basically saying there is going to be a vaccine. I've been speaking to the pharmaceutical companies which are being demonised here, and they certainly deserve demonisation. But Trump is basically saying, I've been speaking to them, we're going to have a vaccine, I'm going to bring the vaccine.
He wants one for his election, doesn't
he? wants one to help him
and it'll
get
be
elected,
like 2 or 3 days before the presidential election.
It's getting a bit late now, isn't it? Let's face it, there's only a few weeks to go now, and it's not likely that he's going to get one before the election.
The real impact of this is going to be felt. I mean, the people who really know what's going on are the stock markets, and in the United States there's been hardly any change. It's been just US shares drop, but not a great deal. The main three Americans' main indices, Dow Jones, S&P 500 and the Nasdaq, fell between 1% and 2.2% when trading began. There was some nervousness that it was going to collapse, but obviously it didn't. So that tells me that the markets know, that the financial intelligence networks, the banksters, know that Trump is unlikely to die of this.
Well, I mean, the point is that they're not. That one of the things that it certainly affected the markets that he got COVID, but I mean the market sentiment can be affected by all sorts of things. Don't forget, underpinning all of this is BlackRock, who are basically shoveling taxpayer resources into the banks and into the stock market, so that the minority of the population who own shares are basically making out like bandits, while everybody else is being thrown out of work and out of their houses. But of course, it's nothing to do with the free market. It's a rigged game. Of course it is.
And the next final clip we've got from the US debate this week, where I think Trump probably caught his virus, is the green issues. And this is one of the things that the two of them really do lock horns on.
Building 1.5 million energy-efficient homes. So the question becomes, the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good-paying jobs.
Let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100 billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good-paying jobs, and these tax incentives for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's
at all.
He did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up.
We are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars now, on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. They didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. But the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion.
That is not my plan.
That's
the Green
you want to rebuild every
is
building.
Not my plan.
I want to rebuild every.
If he knew anything about,
he made a statement about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
That is
what
not
he
true.
did is he said
this segment.
He called the military stupid bastards.
I
and he said it on tape. He said stupid bastards.
Please,
he said it.
Stop.
I would never say that.
Stop.
Well, you can see what kind of thing it was. I mean, I didn't see much good coverage of it, and I think you would have had to have sat up in the middle of the night and watched it yourself in order to get some any kind of sense out of it. Martin, it's a bit of a theatrical performance, and of course it's not a democracy really at all.
Well, I mean, I've read about it, and I've heard what people are saying about it. I mean, you have to have debates.
What do you make of what you just heard then?
Well, it's basically that both sides are trying to establish their credentials. Biden's trying to establish his credentials as somebody who's concerned about the environment, and also, because it was reported that Trump said, "Can't we put a nuclear weapon on a hurricane?" And that's what somebody who worked with him said, and of course he then denied that he'd said it. He did say that people should inject bleach. I don't know where he got that from.
Well, he just explained there. It was an ironic comment.
Well,
I mean, we reported that at the time, and of course he doesn't think that people should be. Nobody sensible thinks that.
The thing
is an attempt to smear Trump.
Yes, and
you're doing it too.
But Trump smears himself. I mean, basically, he gets up in the middle of the night and tweets stuff in capitals all the time. And a lot of his base like that. They like the fact that he used the word stupid.
Well, it's better than the secrecy, isn't it?
Well, what you see,
running your country like a cult. You can't do that.
Yeah, well, what you see is what you get with Trump, isn't it? I mean, some people obviously like it. He's definitely got some political support. Whether it's enough to win the election.
But anyway, I thought Biden did reasonably well, actually. I was thinking, because he's called Sleepy Joe, isn't he? And he is very, very sleepy. He doesn't seem to be able to function without an auto cue, but he managed it then. Now, there was some conspiracy theory that he was supposedly had a wire. What do you make of that?
Well, I did see that. And I was discussing this with somebody earlier, and I think the problem with Biden is basically, he's suffering from mild senile dementia, possibly even more than mild. But I can't see if somebody in that.
Why have the Democrats put him forward?
Because he's the least worst option. They didn't want Bernie Sanders because Wall Street wouldn't accept Bernie Sanders.
What about Tulsi?
She's far too left wing and too young and all the rest of it. I mean,
too sensible.
Well, yeah, basically the whole thing is a stitch up. The US political system is not a full democracy. It just isn't. There's all sorts of undemocratic features in it, including having two official parties. It's the only country in the world that has two official parties. Anybody can set up a political party in other parts of the world, and there are various different political parties in every political system. But in the US, the system is a one-party, two-party system. In other words, you can only function through the official channels. You're not allowed to. You've got no chance. And of course, the first past the post system means that the people with less votes often win, which of course is totally undemocratic, but there it is. The Senate has two representatives for every state, so that rural conservative states are massively overrepresented in the Senate, which then leads to a situation where they then decide who can be on the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court is far more conservative than the average person. And the whole thing is rigged, and it was deliberately designed to be rigged by the founding fathers to keep oligarchs in power. That's what it was designed to do. It's a Roman-style system rather than an Athenian-style system. And that's what it is. And basically, Joe Biden is acceptable to Wall Street. That's why he's got the nomination. And that's the reality of it.
OK, so let's move over to the UK now to look at Britain. And I noticed this week's Private Eye, the cover says a second wave coming, a picture of Boris at number 10 on the left saying hello with Boris waving, and another one on the right him saying goodbye, also waving. So, I mean, it's the first wave and the second wave is goodbye, yeah? So, first wave is hello, second wave is goodbye. Private Eye are absolutely appalling ever since they got rid of Richard Ingram's and Ian Hislop took over, because they're controlled opposition basically, but they are in the know. And I would say, Martin, this is a sort of hint really that Private Eye are doing here, that Boris could be out by Christmas.
Oh, that's openly being talked about. I mean, basically what I think is going on is they're going to let him blunder around and take the flak for everything going down the drain over COVID and Brexit, and then when he walks away, they're hoping that they can then reboot themselves presumably with Rishi Sunak, who's definitely on manoeuvres, and he wants to be Prime Minister. It's pretty clear.
OK, well, we'll be, delving into the UK COVID stuff now, and we'll start with last weekend on Talk Radio with the Richard and Judy, one of those, Richard Madeley. He had all sorts of trouble. We were listening to it at home, and there was someone, we're trying to get hold of Richard Madeley. The line's gone down. We can't get hold of him. We've had technical problems, blah, blah. And eventually he came through and he had this to say.
It is becoming absolutely evident to anybody with a pulse that we are not going to defeat this virus by running away from it. We are playing this mad game of hide and seek where basically we dive under the bedclothes and sort of tremble there for 1 week, 2 weeks, whether you're in isolation for 2 weeks or 3 months in lockdown, and we come out sort of half expecting the virus to have gone away. Well, it's not going. It's here to stay, in exactly the same way as flu viruses and the cold virus and many other diseases and illnesses, part of our human existence. This is a new one, and it's come as a bit of a shock, and it's not a very pleasant one, but it's not the Black Death. Most people, the vast majority of people who get this virus will either not know that they've had it unless they have a test, or they'll have extremely minor symptoms. And I know that there are tragic cases where people die from it and have very long-lasting effects, but they are in a tiny minority. And just taking this kind of group head-in-the-sand attitude and then lifting our heads out of the sand and somehow for everything to be all right again is crazy. It's perfectly obvious to anybody that every time we go back to a semi-normal existence after locking ourselves away as a nation for a while, cases are going to rise again, whether we test for them or not. Of course they are. That's in the nature of viruses. And I don't think there's any example in the history of the world, going all the way back to written records, where isolation and quarantine gets rid of a virus or is a long-term solution to it. It's always a very, very short-term response. And in our case, it's becoming a long-term response, and it is insane. You can make lots of metaphors for this. Hide and seek is one of them. Here's another one. It's as if we've had a rather nasty spate of accidents, say, over Christmas on the road. Deaths have spiked on the road, and everybody's told to park their car on the drive and not drive for 2 months. Yes, accident rates will drop, accident rates will fall away, but the moment everybody's allowed to get back in their cars again, accidents will start to happen again. And accidents, road accidents, are part of the risk that we accept for living on this planet in the way that we do. Yeah. We haven't even touched upon the risks of lockdown, of isolation. I mean, there's a report, I've only had access to one or two national UK papers this morning, but I've looked at the Telegraph, and there's a report in the Telegraph that says that a formal report was laid before SAID back in June or July that predicted that around 70,000 people would die, not as a result of COVID, but as a result of the restrictions that we're placing on society. And we know this is happening. People are having heart attacks and dying at home because they're frightened to go to hospital.
Terrified to go to hospital, yeah.
People are dying. I have somebody I know, an acquaintance of a friend of mine, who's just been diagnosed, and I'm not making this up, but this was yesterday, who's just been diagnosed with terminal cancer. And it's quite possible that one of the reasons that cancer is terminal is because he was declined treatment because of COVID for 3 months during lockdown. So for 3 months, he didn't have the chemotherapy or possibly the surgery that he clearly needed. 12 weeks have gone by and more, and he's now in final stage cancer. Now, it's impossible to prove that it was a result of not being treated, but it's very likely. And, locking everybody up for weeks at a time or 2 weeks of isolation is actually causing deaths from other causes. And we have to face up to that and strike a balance. And excuse me, I seem to remember that the reason that we all rather grumpily, but in good order, agreed back in March to lockdown, and it ended up being 3 months of lockdown, was to, and I quote, protect the NHS. And what was meant by that was protecting beds and services and treatments for everybody, not just people with COVID, but for people with other conditions who, if we didn't do something, might find that they couldn't be treated because the wards were overflowing. The wards never did overflow. We built the Nightingale hospitals, which were barely used. There was plenty of capacity. The lockdown certainly into the NHS, and yet people were still not being treated when there were beds available because of, as you say, of COVID. It's illogical. It makes no sense. If I'm dying because my circulatory system is failing, my heart is failing, I'm just as much at risk, if not more, of death from that as I would be potentially from catching COVID. I don't know what's happened to us. I was looking at the news this morning and seeing what's happened in Manchester now, with all of these poor students who've just arrived, to begin this incredibly important phase in their lives, and they've been put straight into house arrest for 2 weeks, because that's what it is. Yeah. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know how they're going to get food and supplies and stuff to them, but anyway, I suppose logistically they'll manage. But what a start. And how incredibly, insanely, depressingly predictable. What do people think's going to happen if you get hundreds and thousands of students locked together in an environment off campus? Are they not going to infect each other? Of course they are. Yeah. And actually, they're the group, or one of the groups, least at risk if they do in fact contract the virus. The chances of even displaying symptoms if you're in your teens or 20s are very low, and the chances of becoming seriously ill or dying are vanishingly small. They're in a very safe group.
So he's always encouraging students. He's saying, well, this is great. If students catch it, it's fantastic, because it means that we get herd immunity.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the implication of everything that he was saying there. Although what he also said was, if you release the lockdown, then it's going to come back. And, of course, that's obviously true. So the logic of that is that you don't release the lockdown. And, of course, in some countries, like China, for example, where they
when do you release the lockdown? Well, if you never release it?
Well, what you need to do is you need to jump on it straight away, which is what they do in China and New Zealand.
But we can't do that, Martin.
No, we can't.
I'm afraid that particular horse has bolted.
Yes, I know.
Hasn't it?
Yeah,
so why, that's not a solution
No, so then what Richard Madeley said is we've got to strike a balance. And the question is, what's that balance going to be then? But he didn't say what the balance was.
I would say the balance is probably what they did in Sweden, which is to say that the people that are most likely to die, most vulnerable, all we have to do is protect those until we've got herd immunity, which they've got many months ago.
No, they haven't got herd immunity.
Yes, they have.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have. Oh,
no,
yes, they have. Look, when we reported here, Martin, back in roughly April, that the chief epidemiologist in Sweden said we're nearly there, back in April, so they have now.
All right, well, I've been reading things that suggest otherwise, Tony. So we're arguing about matters of fact now. The thing about the lockdown in Sweden, because there was a lockdown in Sweden, is what they said is we're not.
No, there wasn't.
Can I just finish, please?
Can you explain why?
No, you still can't see football matches in Sweden.
Well, that's not a lockdown.
No, it is part of a lockdown.
No, it isn't. It's some restrictions.
All
it's
right,
not a lockdown.
All right.
The people can walk out of their Martin. The people can walk out of their houses and do pretty much whatever they want, but they can't go and see a football match.
Yes, all right, and you can't meet more than 50 in groups of more than 50 people. But what the guy who was in charge of it said is we're going for this lockdown light, if we can call it that, because we're going to sustain this for as long as we can, as long as we have to. Whereas what we've done is gone for a big lockdown because we didn't do anything in the first stages.
What, in December when we didn't even know about it? We have this argument every week, Martin. It's pointless. Absolutely pointless.
No.
Telling us
in China where the
Martin,
in China
let me
where
finish the sentence, please. It's absolutely pointless, right? Because you're saying that we should have done it back in December when no one even knew the virus was here.
No, we should have done it in the beginning of the year when they certainly did know.
Well, which month?
The Chinese.
Which month?
Listen.
Which day, which month should we have done it when we didn't know it was here?
Tony, the Defence Intelligence Agency of the United States told
so
me...
Did the British intelligence services
know? Yes, they
know?
must have known, Tony.
And so should they have locked us down?
No, because they didn't, because they wanted it to flow back over our country and the United States so they could bail the banks out. China has no COVID cases at all now. That's 1/4 of humanity. Everybody's back at school. Everybody's back at work. The economy is going to show positive growth this year. They're the only economy in the whole world that's going to do that.
Can I just
because they
correct
did the right things at the beginning?
Can I just correct one point, which is that Sweden does have herd immunity. Experts are saying in the Business Insider and the Daily Mail.
Business Insider
and the Daily Mail, yeah.
Business Insider. Are they?
Well,
are
okay.
they
so
medical?
you don't believe it because it's come from a publication that you don't approve of.
It's a business statement. It's not a medical statement.
Business Insider has all sorts of news, Martin.
Right.
It's supposed to inform.
All right, Tony.
Let's okay. Should we just find out who it is that's saying this? Sweden has beaten coronavirus, it says, by refusing to shut the country down and achieving herd immunity. The Scandinavian nation is the only country in Europe not to introduce strict lockdown measures. But scientists say this may have helped it avoid a second wave as it continued to record its lowest number of cases since March.
Scientists.
So, yes, but let's find out who exactly those... Oh, it's Professor Kim Sneppen, an expert in the spread of coronavirus at the Nils Bohr Institute in Copenhagen, said that Sweden has beaten the pandemic.
Yes, and there's other people who say otherwise, Tony.
Okay, so who's that?
Well, listen, I'm reading all... Denmark and Norway, who are comparable countries, have had a much lower death toll than in Sweden. And if you look at what's happened in the economy in Sweden, they didn't have a lockdown, but everybody stayed home anyway. So the business, in actual fact, businesses like restaurants, if they get a 10% fall in sales...
Everybody didn't stay home. People didn't stay home anyway. They didn't. They mixed. In fact, people came from other countries to visit Sweden. Martin, people came from other countries to visit Sweden because they wanted to have a normal life.
What's actually happened in Sweden is they've had pretty similar knock on GDP as Norway and Denmark, which are neighbouring countries. But they've had a much higher death rate than those two countries. But in actual fact, it hasn't done much to protect the economy. Because ultimately, what's very interesting, let's talk economics. The problem with pandemics is that whether you have a lockdown or not, it affects the people's spending patterns. So in other words, whether you have a lockdown or not, people don't go out and spend money.
What about Richard Madeley's point that he made?
Therefore, the GDP goes down.
What is about Richard Madeley's point when he's saying that the SAGE committee knew that actually having a lockdown could kill more people, and probably did, than the virus itself?
Well, the point of having a lockdown, I'm not in favour of lockdowns necessarily.
And also, it gives you a great excuse to kill off the National Health Service.
Strawman arguments. What you're supposed to do with something like this is exactly what New Zealand, Kerala...
Why is it a straw man argument?
No, because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to isolate the people who are infected.
No, the people who are vulnerable, not the people who are infected.
No.
If you get the flu, we don't isolate you. You might isolate yourself.
No, in China, there are no community spreading of COVID anywhere. So everybody is back to work. The economy is picking up. Our economy is not going to pick up because COVID has now become endemic in this country because of the incompetence of the government.
No, absolute rubbish. The economy is not picking up because we're having all these lockdowns still. In fact, there are various Labour mayors even who are saying that they're not going to accept it because they want the economy to pick up and they don't believe there's any justification for it at all. That it's actually a fascist measure that you're supporting.
Fascist? That's a big word. Well, in China,
this is the German doctors saying this, Martin.
Measures that they adopted in China and in Kerala have actually worked. And in Taiwan, of course, Republican China, they have also had 27 deaths or something like that. Some countries have done very well in this crisis and it's shown that their political systems are up to the job.
So the authoritarian countries have done better than Sweden, have they?
Yes, they have.
Yeah?
They have done better than Sweden.
Why is that?
Because they basically squashed it from the get-go. And that's what they decided to do, because it is a biological weapon, quite probably, as we're going to discuss. And if it's a biological weapon, Tony, you've got to take it seriously. You can't just say, we're going to get through it with herd immunity.
Well, you can actually get through biological weapons with herd immunity.
Well, it may be so.
Yeah.
But in any case, in China, I keep coming back to this.
Especially when not a single young person has died of it who didn't have pre-existing conditions.
All right,
I mean, that's what you need for herd immunity.
Yeah. All right, I'll still come back to my fundamental point that in China, the economy is now going back to normal because they've basically squashed
And they've got
COVID.
a wonderful social credit system and a totally authoritarian government.
That's right.
And you think that would be better to have that here, do you?
No, I think Kerala in India have done very well as well, and they've got an elected communist government. So has the Republic of Taiwan. They've got an elected anti-communist government. The South Koreans have done pretty well because they squashed it because they knew what to do. What we've got in this country is a libertarian know-nothings who think that the state doesn't intervene and therefore everything will, if you just leave it to the people, they'll sort it out.
Well,
and of course they can't do that.
Kerala is certainly not a model state because they've just had a massive surge in COVID cases because they've been holding back, you see, and so now they've got their second wave. Well, they didn't even have a very big first wave, but they've been trying to stave off the inevitable, a bit like King Canute. Anyway, let's move on to our next clip now, and the Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, blasted Boris this week for his total disregard of Parliament as he steamrolled through this renewal of the Coronavirus Act, although with quite a lot of concessions on national measures that will have to be now discussed in Parliament.
I wish to make a statement about this House's scrutiny of delegated powers during the pandemic and on the selection of amendments to the motion relating to the Coronavirus Act later today. The way in which the government has exercised its powers to make secondary legislation during this crisis has been totally unsatisfactory. All too often, important statutory instruments have been published a matter of hours before they come into force, and some explanations why important measures have come into effect before they can be laid before this House has been unconvincing and shows a total disregard for the House. The Government must make greater efforts to prepare measures more quickly so that this House can debate and decide upon the most significant measures at the earliest possible point. The use of made affirmative statutory instruments under the urgency procedure gives rise to particular concern. I will give very sympathetic considerations to applications for urgent questions or emergency debates in such cases requiring ministers to come to the dispatch box to justify the use of such powers. I hope that all honourable members will have a chance to express their views through substantive, amendable motions on scrutiny of delegated powers or on the operation of the Coronavirus Act 2020 or both. But I turn now to the motion to be considered later today, which invites the House to make a narrow, binary choice as to whether the temporary provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020 should or should not expire. Unfortunately, as it is only a 90-minute debate, as proceeding under the Act, under SO16, I am disappointed that I cannot give additional time to discuss the issues. I know some members will be disappointed. When I became Speaker, I made it clear that I would take decisions on matters relating to procedure guided by professional advice. I have concluded, on the basis of advice that I have received, that any amendment to the motion before the House risks giving rise to uncertainty about the decision the House has taken. This then risks decisions which are rightly the responsibility of Parliament, ultimately being determined by the courts. Lack of clarity in such important matters risks undermining the rule of law. I have therefore decided not to select any of the amendments to the motion. As I hope my early comments show, I have not taken this decision lightly. I am looking to the Government to remedy a situation I regard as completely unsatisfactory. I now look to the Government to rebuild the trust with this House and not treat it with the contempt that it has shown.
Well, really a slap on the wrist, I suppose, for Boris. But that meant that it was a formal debate, which wasn't as far as it could have been. But there were some people that spoke over this renewal of the Coronavirus Act, and that was the real purpose of the demonstration last Saturday in Trafalgar Square, which was broken up by riot police, was to make the point that these lockdown measures, people don't believe who came to Trafalgar Square that they're necessary or needed. In fact, some of the people that came to Trafalgar Square don't believe that COVID-19 actually even exists, including David Icke and his son Gareth Icke. We'll be hearing from Gareth a bit later. But he's talking about the rule of law there, Martin. He's saying it's no good for law to be made by statutory instruments by the government, basically ruling by decree.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the point he's trying to make there. Do you think these measures or the whole situation with this virus justifies ruling by decree? Well, that's what they've tried to push, is the idea that because we've got it's all happening so quickly, we can't actually tell you what we're going to be doing in advance because we don't know ourselves. Most importantly, Martin, more important than all that they have refused, point blank refused, as they did over Sage until there was a court case against it, to publish the evidence that they're using to base any of these decisions on. So we're being told X, Y and Z. It's a bit like issuing orders from a corporation, not from a democratic government. They're just saying, you've got to do this, you've got to do that, and by the way, if you ask us why, we're just going to tell you to take a running jump. Well, it's quite possible, and I'm pretty much convinced that it is the case that they're making decisions based on political criteria. And therefore, they don't want to say what they're actually discussing. What would you mean by that? Well, basically, they're discussing we know that Cummings, for example, with his great, his great love of data and all the rest of it, he's doing exactly what you were talking about Marvin Rees doing earlier on, which is he's basically looking at what people are thinking and saying about the government. So they're trying to come up. So you mean locking down cities where people are anti-government? Yeah. Well, no. What they're trying to do as a punishment? No, they're trying to come up with stuff which they think will run with the public. Now, you could argue that basically what's happened here, and I don't jump down my throat, I'm just putting it forward as a potential thing that have happened, is that they shouldn't have opened the pubs and the restaurants. and they shouldn't have encouraged people paying people with their own money to go out to them, and that basically they locked down too late and then they opened up too early, and now they're back where they started and they don't know what to do. That's pretty much how it looks to me.
So why is it not a good idea to be having these regulated environments where people are not getting close to each other, not contaminating each other? Because, of course, if you shut those venues, you get things like happening regularly now, which is where students and others just get together, but they're not doing it in a regulated environment.
Well, I mean, I think the idea of closing pubs at 10 o'clock, I mean, that's pretty clearly not worked. I don't know where that came from. It's as if the coronavirus just goes to bed at 10 o'clock, and therefore, we don't need to, and of course everybody's been turning out of the pubs
isn't this
exactly
much more,
the same time.
Martin, isn't this much more to do with creating a hostile environment so that when a vaccine comes along, that everyone will go, oh, thank God, I'm going to get a vaccine and I can go back to normal?
Well, I think there's some people who are saying that, Tony, as you well know, and we're going to hear from Gareth Ike shortly, I believe. But I mean, the point about this is what's clearly coming across to me, looking at what the government have done in this crisis, is that they're lurching from one thing to another, and that they frankly don't know what they're doing, so that they lock down, but they didn't. First of all, they were going to go for herd immunity, and they weren't going to do
let me just ask you another question.
Then they changed their mind, then they changed their mind, then
I know what you're saying.
They go back to work. No, don't go back to work.
Yes, Martin,
I mean, that's
we know what you're saying. You've said this many
rubbish,
times.
Isn't it?
But what about the reason? Why do you think it is that Wales and Scotland seem to have had some of the strictest measures in the country, and England less so?
Well, because there's a different politics in the different countries. But
like Labour in Wales, for example.
Yeah, well, Labour in Wales and the SNP in Scotland,
they like lockdowns.
They have been
the whole of the valleys.
They've been more prepared to take strong government intervention measures. What you've got in the Tory party is a substantial chunk of the Tory party do not like the idea of government taking control of anything.
But if you look at the webcams on the M4, there's no shortage of cars. It's all just as busy as ever on the, which I did the other day, just as busy as ever in the South Wales motorway system. But anyway, let's have a listen now to Prime Minister's questions, where the Wales lockdowns were discussed, and the whole of South Wales pretty much locked down now, including areas of North Wales too, but Mid Wales, rural Wales, is not.
Let's double Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr, Efarydd. From tomorrow, 2.3 million people in Wales won't be able to travel out of county without good reason. Yet people from lockdown areas in England can still visit rural Wales. Travelling from Betws-y-Coed to Begellet could land you with a fine, but Rochdale to Rosnaga, no problem. Now, I raised this with the Prime Minister last week. Leisure travel from lockdown areas has got to stop. Will he make good on this today?
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. There are different measures in place, as we've discussed already this afternoon. But overall, the UK is proceeding with the same approach, and I'm very grateful to Mark Drakeford and everybody else in the Welsh Government for the way we're working together to defeat the virus. Yes, there will be some differences, and yes, there will be some seeming illogicalities, which are that's inevitable in tackling a pandemic. But I'm grateful for the cooperation that she is giving.
She's saying that there shouldn't be any leisure travel allowed from these lockdown areas. Now, this is just illogical. She's obviously a Plaid Cymru MP, which she does a little bit of Welsh at the start there. But, this idea that if you're in a lockdown area, you should not be allowed to, say, go up into the hills and the mountains around you, near you, just sounds totally ridiculous. If you've got to stay within your area, then you're more likely to be bumping into people in an urban area in the valleys than you are if you go up for a walk on the mountains.
I think what they're trying to do is stop transmission, between different communities. So obviously there's going to be a problem when you've got university students, because in Britain, people go to university, they come from all over the country. And of course they're going to be bringing in people from different parts of the country and mixing them all together. Of course, in some European countries, people tend to go to university in the towns where they grew up. So you've got less of a problem with that.
Isn't this like a kind of Project Fear too? We had last year over the Brexit, or the Remainer side had Project Fear. The world's going to basically collapse if we leave the European Union. Now we've got the world's going to collapse if we don't lock down, because this virus is going to kill everybody. Well, it clearly isn't. I mean, particularly when almost all the cases that we hear of are asymptomatic, and very few people are actually ill. So that's, in itself is a kind of paranoia, a bit like Project Fear.
Well, you talk about Project Fear in relation to Brexit. We haven't actually done Brexit yet. When we do Brexit in January...
I thought we did it last January.
No, because we're still in the single market and all the rules apply, Tony. They won't apply from January the 1st.
So what's going to happen January the 1st then? So you're still doing this Project Fear from Project Fear 1 as well as Project Fear 2?
No, it's not Project Fear 1. All that's happened since we voted in 2016 to leave the European Union very narrowly is a massive amount of quantitative easing to protect the property prices of those who voted for Brexit. But soon enough, the game is coming from January.
Many of those people that voted for Brexit, the elderly particularly, were the ones that voted, are now dead of COVID.
Well, there's not enough to make a difference to the result, Tony.
It probably is, actually.
No, I don't think.
Yeah, the lack of 40,000
I tell you who wasn't allowed to vote on it is all the people from Britain who are living in the European Union. They weren't allowed to vote, strangely enough. But anyway, because of course it's pretty clear which way they would have voted. There is going to be a dramatic effect on the British economy of a no-deal Brexit in January. I don't think anybody who's serious looking at it thinks there's going to be anything
other. Is it going to cause a crash?
It might cause a crash.
But hang on, Martin. It was a bit of a trick question there, because you were saying that the crash, before any of this Brexit was even talked about, was due any time now.
Yes, but there may
So that won't have been caused it, will it? What will have caused it would be the banksters in the first place in the 2008
Yes,
bailout.
and of course that then led to the discontents which led to Brexit. Brexit will have its own impact.
So it could
the pound is already
crash.
Drifting down.
So what I'm saying, it'd be
as
like
a result of
the crash. The crash is waiting to happen like a giant bomb, and Brexit could be the fuse that actually lights it.
Well, it may well
something is going to light it.
It may well be the case that Britain will have a specific recession related to Brexit.
But a crash or not?
Well, it'll be a crash. What will happen is you get the recession, and then, of course, things start going bust, and that then causes the crash. I mean, it's a fool's game to try and to guess all this, because we've got COVID, and we've also got the fact that the world economy is on the edge anyway.
Prince Charles and Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum. Surely there's a positive role that they're bringing in here, because at some point we've got to get back to reality in the financial markets, haven't we?
Well, no, the Japanese have been using the magic money tree to keep the stock market up since the 1980s. And we could have done exactly the same thing here, but we chose not to because we had a Tory government that believed...
Is that the right or the wrong policy, then?
Well, you haven't got a choice, actually, Tony. And Rishi Sunak's going to find this.
Well, you have a choice.
As he withdraws...
Martin, you have a choice as to whether to bail your banks out or not, don't you?
Yes, and if you don't bail them out, they crash, and then capitalism comes to an end.
Well, not necessarily.
Oh, yes,
no,
I think it does.
Really?
Yes, that's the problem. That's why they have to bail the banks out, because if the banks crash, then that's the end of capitalism.
Isn't it a form of capitalism that's basically deregulated now, where the casino economy dominates the entire country?
Indeed, and the problem with that is it's like having a suicide bomber in the room with you. Yes, you could let them blow the suicide belt up, but then you're going to die too.
Can't you lock them in a cupboard before they do it?
No, you can't. I'm afraid all these things are... It's all related.
That's what I'm saying. It's effectively what Andrew Tyree apparently was trying to do, which was to do what everybody was saying should be done after the 2008 crisis, which we now need legislation to... I mean, it sounds like a crazy dream now, to separate the casino economy from the real economy. And that's what they were trying to do. Of course, they didn't succeed. Whether it was
they didn't even try.
Whether it was ever going to be possible.
They didn't even try.
Well, they discussed talking. They talked about doing it.
It was talked about, but then the Tories won the election, if you remember, and they knocked that on the head. And that basically what's happened since then is they've basically been continuing to bail the banks out. Mark Carney, after there was a wobble in the pound and there was a wobble in the British economy after the referendum vote, and he basically switched on the money tap to protect the economy. But of course you're not supposed to do that. The economy is supposed the market's definitely priced Brexit out.
They switched on the money tap.
Is not going to impress
So they switched on the money tap at the same time as they brought in this universal credit and punished all the poorest people in the country, basically through things like sanctions, so they haven't even got enough money to buy toilet paper.
That's right, and because the reason they did that is because in the swing constituencies which the Tories have to win, like the Red Wall, lots of people like the idea of poor people being given a hard time, and all the focus groups were telling them, yes, they like the idea of poor people given a hard time. If we had PR, like in Ireland, then that wouldn't matter, because those people's votes would just count for one vote. But because they're the swing voters, their attitude towards people on benefits is punitive, and it actually wins votes and it wins elections.
So how do you think we're going to get back to any kind of normal economy where people are actually being able to actually do their jobs again? Because Keir Starmer seems to agree with you that we shouldn't be relaxing any of these measures, and that is really going to be the death knell for the economy. Surely, he said what we should be doing is just bailing people out and paying people to not do anything.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the magic money tree has been found, Tony. It's quite possible to just carry on spending the money. Ultimately, that might lead to inflation, which would undermine the wealth of the wealth owners. But in actual fact, inflation in the 1970s was pretty good for ordinary people. It was just rubbish for people who owned assets.
It actually all depends on whether people are actually sick and ill and dying. I mean, if you're just going to be testing positive with no symptoms, it doesn't make any difference. You can carry on surely as normal.
Well, in the countries where they've got rid of COVID completely, like New Zealand and China, they carry on as normal right now. They certainly did have it in China. That's where it started, isn't it?
Not in New Zealand. They never had it at all.
No. Well, they certainly did in China, in Wuhan. They locked the place down. They tested everybody in the city, and then they got rid of it.
As I said at the time, there are people in New Zealand that are extremely worried, feeling that the whole idea of a complete lockdown and never having this virus in New Zealand was like a ticking time bomb. It was all just waiting to, at some point, this virus is going to arrive, and then they're going to have to all lock down again. That could be any point in the future, and this is the tactic of the World Health Organization, if I could put it like that. The idea is that you're never going to go back to normal until you have a vaccine.
Yes, and therefore there's a question about whether there is any vaccines. The Russians have developed one already, the Sputnik 5 vaccine, but it's certainly not being developed by the big pharmaceutical companies in the West.
Let's go back to Prime Minister's questions now, where Keir Starmer reiterates his support for all these restrictions around the country.
Keir Starmer! I support the restrictions. I've done so every single time the Prime Minister's introduced it. He well knows that. The question I've asked is, because of the restrictions, lots of people's jobs are at risk. Lots of people's jobs, 10,000 people's jobs in Newcastle in hospitality because of the restrictions. I support the restrictions. What I'm asking the Prime Minister is, can the economic support go in for those that will lose their jobs? And he didn't answer that. There's 10,000 people that wanted an answer to that last question because they're going to lose their jobs by Christmas. Prime Minister, you really should have answered it. The reality is that the Chancellor's made a political choice to reduce economic support just when the new health restrictions are coming in. If the Prime Minister doesn't accept that from me, maybe he'll listen to the following example from the Chancellor's own constituency. This is the business owner, Prime Minister. You might want to listen to what he has to say. We own a wedding venue in Richmond, North Yorkshire. The Chancellor's latest plan does nothing to help us. We can't employ people to work in events that the government are not allowing to take place. Our events team are looking in the face of redundancy, as we simply can't afford to pay wages when events are in lockdown. These jobs here are viable if only the government would allow us to return to work. My events team, he goes on to say, are talented and fantastic, and it's an insult to suggest their jobs are not worth saving. So this isn't about supporting restrictions, Prime Minister. It's about what the Prime Minister has to say to those that are at risk of losing their jobs and businesses. What, on behalf of the Chancellor, does he say to that business owner? Prime Minister.
Well, I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, because I think that the answer is very clear. And I think last week the Labour Party supported the package, the Winter Economic Plan that the Chancellor put forward, and I think that most people looking at the 190 billion that we've invested in supporting people across this country will recognise, which is, by the way, the furlough plan alone was far more generous than any other European country. I think most people around the world can see that this government is putting its arms around the people of this country, helping them through, and we will help. And I know that the wedding sector has had a particularly tough time, and of course I feel for the gentleman that he refers to in Richmond in Yorkshire who wants his business to go ahead. But the best way forward for him and for all other business in the country is if we all pull together now, get the virus down, keep the economy moving. And in the meantime, yes, of course, this government is able to supply the support that is needed, which, by the way, is only possible because we had a prudent, sensible, one-nation conservative party in power over the last 10 years, and the Labour Party would have bankrupted the country.
Well, the options are really government support, money, or getting the economy back to normal. Isn't that just basically what this is about?
No, I think the economy's not going back to normal anyway for all sorts of reasons. Don't forget the banking system.
MIT want, isn't it?
But the banking system collapsed.
That's what Bill Gates wants.
The banking system collapsed last September.
Bill Gates doesn't want the economy going back to normal.
It's not just Bill Gates. It's not a question of what people want, Tony. It isn't going back to normal. The banking system has collapsed for the second time.
It is in an abnormal state to start with, certainly.
Yeah.
But, I mean, basically, people just want to go back to work, don't they?
People want life to be straightforward, and it just isn't. And of course,
Boris is saying 190 billion he's put into the economy. Have you seen any of it?
Well, no. Well, indirectly, no doubt. But I mean, the point is that other European countries, Scandinavian countries, for example, are continuing to support businesses. I mean, Rishi Sunak basically threw the Tory textbook out of the window when all this kicked in, and he decided he was in fact going to spend some money to defend people's jobs and so on. And of course, that proved that there was a magic money tree. They could have done that before. See, Boris at the end there saying we've only had the money because we had 10 years of austerity. That's rubbish. They had 10 years of austerity because the previous tranche of money went straight down the maw of the bank.
So why is it that the Labour Party is fanatically supporting Boris on these measures? It doesn't seem like there's any real opposition.
No, they're supporting the government on the
lockdowns.
On the lockdowns, but they're not supporting them on the economic policy.
So why are they not opposing the government on the lockdowns, since most people wanted the lockdowns to end?
If you look at the opinion polls, Tony, you will find that most people are still scared of catching the virus. That's the reality.
Well, that's not the same thing, though, is it?
No.
You know, you can not catch the virus if you're working in a safe environment.
Yeah, but lots of people don't work in safe environments. I think that you are mistaking a minority who are very unhappy with the lockdown from the general population, who are basically supportive of what the government has done in trying to control the virus. They've given them a benefit of the doubt, and they've done their best to try and follow the rules.
So you think it's okay?
They're getting very fed up with the rules constantly changing.
Well, that's right. If you think, why is there no opposition to this at all from the Labour Party? I mean, there is obviously amongst Labour cities. We're going to be hearing from the Mayor of Middlesbrough, Andy Preston, in a minute, but nothing from the Labour Party at all.
Well, in
Parliament,
as you pointed out earlier, the Welsh Labour government and the SNP have generally taken a more cautious approach to releasing lockdown than the Tories in England. And that's the bottom line where they're at.
They don't want to release them at all, really.
Well, no, and I think
they'd rather we were locked down permanently.
They are. What you will find if you actually look at the opinion polls, Tony, is that most people are dubious about whether we should have released the lockdown after we went into it. And in fact, when we come back to write the history on this, I think what's going to be pretty clear is they locked down too late and they released too early.
Martin, you keep saying this. Martin, no, you just keep saying we locked down too late. This is a ridiculous thing to say because we didn't know that we had the coronavirus circulating in the UK in December, January, February. The only time we knew about it was March, so we didn't lock down too late. It's impossible to lock down too late.
Other countries did better than we did, including China.
That's not the same thing, is it? Anyway, let's have a listen now to Desmond Swayne, because he is definitely opposing Boris. Well, the Labour Party aren't, and he's a Conservative MP.
Less than a year ago, I celebrated what I thought was the election of a sceptical and liberal Conservative administration. And now I'm left wondering if the Prime Minister hasn't been abducted by Dr. Strangelove and reprogrammed by the sage over to the dark side. The purpose of politicians is to impose a measure of proportion, a sense of proportion on science, and not to be enthralled to it. Now, I will make myself very unpopular, but I believe that the appearance of the chiefs last week should have been a sacking offence. When they presented that graph, with the caveat that it wasn't a prediction, but nevertheless, it was clear that they presented it as a plausible scenario, with its 50,000 cases per day by mid-October, based on the doubling of infections by the week. Not once, not on one day since March, have there been infections on that day that were double that of the day of the week preceding. Not once. Where did this doubling come from? What was their purpose in presenting such a graph? It was the purpose of the fat boy in Pickwick Papers. I wants to make your flesh creep. It was Project Fear. It was an attempt to terrify the British people as if they haven't been terrified enough.
So that was New Forest West MP Desmond Swain really having a go. He's saying basically Patrick Vallance should, and he's been suggesting that Patrick Vallance should be sacked. And we were talking about this last week, Martin, weren't we? Where he has £600,000 worth of shares in GlaxoSmithKline, and he's also Mr. Revolving Door. He was a former president at GlaxoSmithKline. So what we've got effectively is the industry making policy, and Labour are not calling out the government at all for this.
No, they're not. I mean,
are Labour happy for the industry to make policy, the big pharma?
What you've got is a split within the Tory party between Cummings and Johnson, who are...
Well, can you talk to me about the Labour Party? I'm asking you about the Labour Party. Why aren't they opposing? This is natural Labour territory.
No, it's
They
not.
don't believe in revolving doors in the civil service. They don't believe that big business and industry should be running the country.
No, but they also believe in taking the scientific advice. And Patrick Vallance, whatever people may say about him, is the guy who's been given that job. Now, the Tory MP doesn't like what he's hearing, but that's just too bad, isn't it? He doesn't like it, but he's not going to get his way. And ultimately, the Labour Party are basically going with the centre of public opinion in the country, which is not extreme on one attitude or the other towards the coronavirus crisis. I think they're it's clear for anybody that say you've got to go back to work and then say, oh, please don't go back to work. Oh, go to the pub, don't go to the pub. This is driving everybody nuts. The fact is, you should have you should have actually had a clear policy and stuck to it from the get-go.
Well, that's
and they haven't done that.
Probably a good idea, but when was the get-go? Back last year. Anyway, Professor Michael Levitt is a Nobel laureate. He's been chatting on Twitter. I came across him on Twitter about being bullied. Isn't it amazing? We've got this situation where someone who's a Nobel laureate has got hate mail and is having to keep blocking people all the time who are just abusing him online. So anyway, here he is. Talking about what he says what we really need to do is control the panic.
You've had about 600 deaths so far out of 6 million, so you're about 100 deaths per million. So if you think about what we've seen in Europe, and it doesn't have to be the same everywhere, but we generally
He's on Sky Australia talking about Australian deaths.
Australia is not in the West, but countries that have a relatively high standard of living, which means they have old people, it looks to me like in order to Australia to reach the sort of saturation that we've seen in Sweden or almost all the rest of the Western world, unfortunately, we're going to need to have more cases. We don't necessarily need to have more deaths, but unfortunately, it's impossible.
Isn't that the experience, Professor Levitt, from France, where deaths cases, infection rates going up higher and higher, but they haven't had deaths. Deaths are extremely low.
Exactly. The whole of Europe, there's been almost no increase in deaths.
Surely, Professor, that's the point, that if we're not seeing deaths, if we're not seeing excess deaths, then what is the point of, for example, in Victoria, we have the police hauling women out of cars, we have pregnant women being hounded in their homes by police officers charging in because they posted something on Facebook.
We don't live forever, and as people get older, they become more frail, they have comorbidities, and, in Europe, for example, one of the reasons why there's a belief that COVID was relatively bad in Europe is that they had very, very weak flu seasons, both in the winter of 1920 and also in the winter of 1819. The flu was much less bad than normal. So one way to see this, and my analogy is not humane, but it's what I think is an easy thing to understand, is you could imagine a forest where there are some trees that are getting old, getting vulnerable, and then, for a few years there's no wind or no fire, and then suddenly there's a big wind and you're going to have a lot of trees fall down at first. You have a vulnerable population, generally an older population, a population with comorbidities, But I think the general misnomer is that we think we can control this virus, by strong action. And unfortunately, what we need to really do is control the panic.
What we really need to do is control the panic. He's really basically pointing the finger at the media. I don't know if you remember, Martin, but when we were very first looking at Wuhan and the virus, we still had our BCFM programme. There was a doctor on the BBC's Question Time when they still had a proper audience there, and so it certainly wasn't as farcical as it was last night. One of the doctors right at the very front, in the front row, said that the real problem is the media. They're getting quite good information about the virus from the government, but the media is panicking it. And of course I know, and you know, and everyone knows that the media loves to sensationalise things. This, for them, is a great boondoggle. It's the great sensational story, and they're basically they're talking it up, and that is a kind of fear tactic. What Professor Michael Levitt there is saying is that the panic is being fed by the press, and we need to moderate them. We need to stop it.
Well, what we need is cool heads in relation to all of this stuff. There's an awful lot of people shouting, very strident opinions on both sides of this debate. And in actual fact, what we need is for people to just adopt a sensible tone of voice and discuss things in a rational way.
So would you give hate mail to him? That chap?
I hear what he has to say, and I can see that it seems to hold up. But I listen to other people who are saying different things. And I think we've got to recognise that there's going to be different views on this, and there clearly are different views. There are different views amongst the scientists, and therefore there are very, very definitely going to be different views amongst the politicians and the public in general. I think that because what's happened really is that a lot of people, having gone through the lockdown, the last thing people want is for all the sacrifices to have been for nothing, and then we just shrug our shoulders and basically allow the virus to
Well, I don't
spread.
know if you've ever come across something called the Crow House. It's done by Max Egan, and he's in Australia, out in the middle of nowhere, apparently. It was extremely popular. He's had his YouTube channel shut down, but all of his videos saved by somebody, which is rather nice of them. Anyway, he was on the Richie Allen show recently, and he's saying basically the deep state have red-pilled the world, which I thought was quite an interesting way of putting this, saying that loads of people are now waking up to a deep state agenda, basically evil agenda by global elites, after this coronavirus outbreak. So, but actually not the virus itself, but the reaction to it by media, big pharma and governments.
I think a lot of people are waking up. I mean, they've virtually red-pilled most of the world, but there's so many people have figured out that it's a scam, even though there are a lot that are going along with it. I mean, there's always going to be hope, Richie, but you've got to be prepared to have a plan B as well and realise a lot of people may not get it. A lot of people may actually lead us into this, but it's not really about that anyway. Like I said, if you can look at it as a form of soul purification, it's okay for a lot of people to get let into the mainframe because if you were a divine being and you wanted to purify yourself or whatever, you wanted to get rid of the garbage, well, how would you do it? I mean, you could create a situation like this. If there is a universal consciousness and there is any such a thing as ascension or heaven or anything like that, wouldn't you want to get rid of the negative stuff? Wouldn't you want to get rid of the stuff that didn't work? And maybe this is a way of doing it. If all those people, all those sleeping masses go off and join the mainframe and become zombies and go off and do something else, well, maybe it'll leave the world free for us. I mean, maybe we can have a better world. There's all sorts of different ways of looking at it. But I don't think they're going to get away with what they're doing. I really don't. I think the human spirit is too powerful. And it's been kind of liberating being kicked off YouTube in a way. I don't have to worry about what I say anymore. I mean, it's kind of sad in some ways, but all that work still exists. There's a website called altcensored.com that managed to grab my entire YouTube channel when they deleted it, so it's still there on altcensored.com. So you can still get the information. And thanks for having me on, Richie. And, yeah, we'll have to do it a little bit more regularly. And thanks for still doing what you do too, brother. I mean, your voice is needed in the UK. And we are really heading for those serious times that we knew were coming. I've said to people so often there's a train coming, and when it hits, it will be sudden. There will be no warning, and it has certainly hit. And as you were saying, the right has just about started, just about to begin. We've just reached the top of the ramp, and the roller coaster ride is just about to begin. So hang on to your hats.
And the result,
I'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side. The result is not predetermined, hopefully.
Well, that's another question that Richie Allen just slips in at the end. I hope the result is not predetermined. Well, I suppose there's everything to play for, Martin, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest inflection point since World War II. And, of course, if you remember, 2020 began with Trump assassinating Soleimani, which nearly set off a war in the Middle East. People have forgotten all about that. I mean, perhaps we're going to be moving on to talk about war in the Caucasus. You know, the banks were bailed out again in September.
Can I just pin you
year.
down to this idea though of the roller coaster? We're about to set off down the roller coaster. What advice have you got for people that want to survive at the end of the roller coaster?
Well, I think the fact is that all of these, you know, we've got a generalised crisis of capitalist civilization, and this pandemic really is. As you say, as what people are saying, it doesn't actually kill that many people compared to previous pandemics. But what it has certainly done,
well, flus.
Well, yeah, but what it has certainly done is it's created a situation where the banks have been bailed out yet again. And of course, most people have failed to recognise that that's what's going on. I'm asking you for.
I mean, that's not advice for people, is it? What advice have you got for people that want to come out of this?
Well, you've got basically
survive it.
We've got basically human solidarity requires us to work with others. Because there isn't an individual solution.
At social distance?
Well, if necessary,
or
yes.
on Zoom?
If necessary, you've got to do what you've got to do.
It's interesting, isn't it, the way that this Zoom has been used to get what would be basically private meetings under surveillance. I mean, in fact, there's been several occasions now where information has been compromised because it's been on Zoom. I think you were chatting last week to me after the show about the Green Party dobbing in one of the Extinction Rebellion activists because he's sitting there on Zoom and they could watch it and see it and record it, what he was saying and doing. And so he's now been arrested by the police. I think he's been released last week, actually. Paul Mobbs was telling me this sort of situation it's not very good having a private meeting on Zoom. In fact, it's impossible.
Yeah, but it's not just a kind of question of, you know, people relatively privileged people in the West losing their rights. We've been basically having a war on the poor in poor countries has been going on for quite a long time. We invaded Iraq in 2003, and we probably directly and indirectly led to the death of millions of people.
We need to level down to the sorts of rights that we've got in China and India from the UK, do we?
No, I'm just saying that it's not just about the pandemic, and it's not just about people's rights to go to the shops or whatever it is. We've got fundamental problems underlying the whole system. 9/11 was an inside job carried out from inside the Western security forces, and the banks were bailed out when they shouldn't have been, and have been bailed out again last year.
I'm still waiting for your advice. What's your advice to people to survive this?
The advice is get organised with other people, basically, and talk to people, get organised, because ultimately we're going to fight in large groups, aren't we?
Well, hopefully at social distance. Africa's free, apparently, of wild polio. This is our last clip from Prime Minister's Questions this week. But just have a listen to this, because it's wild polio is the word that's used, and most people would think, well, that's fine. But they don't talk about Bill Gates's vaccine-induced polio at all in this clip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Rotary Club of Loughborough Beacon would like to pass on their thanks to the UK Government for being one of the top donors to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, which has made Africa free from wild polio. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating Rotary and their supporters for their own monumental contribution to this effort, contributing over $2 billion and helping to vaccinate over 2.5 billion children around the world?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, because that is a classic and a fine example of the philanthropy and public spirit of the British people, which has been shown clearly throughout this crisis.
But more than a dozen African countries right now, Martin, are battling outbreaks of polio caused by the vaccine in countries like Angola, Congo, Nigeria and Zambia. So they're using that word wild polio is very mendacious, really, literally extremely deceptive. Maybe she's just working for Big Pharma.
Well, I think we're at one on this. Big Pharma are basically a cartel of evil. And the idea that what they're doing and what Bill Gates is doing is helping people to. I mean, as I said on the show the other week, the main killer in Africa is diarrhea. And it's just to do with dirty water.
Can we just talk about this for a minute? Because polio outbreaks in Africa, and this is in The Guardian, are caused by mutations of a strain in the vaccine. I mean, but she's not talking about that at all, so she's basically...
No, in other words, it's just rah, 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 isn't it wonderful what we've all done to save the Africans from polio. Meanwhile, of course, the vaccine itself is spreading polio, and of course the real problem in Africa isn't polio anyway, it's diarrhea, and that's just caused by poverty and lack of clean water.
Why aren't we locking down over diarrhea then?
Well, what we need to do, but we're not the whole
isn't Africa locking
question
down over it?
Well, because it's not locking down wouldn't help you with diarrhea, would it? It's not really relevant. The problem is that our perceptions of what's going on in the world and what the serious problems are. It's what Brian Eno calls propaganda. That means that this is what we want to talk about. We want to talk about polio. But in actual fact, the real problem is diarrhea, and also things like lack of access to land, international debt. Basically, every African countries collect taxes, and all that money is sent straight to the City of London to be recycled in the housing market and turned into our conservatories. That's what really puts them down.
Anyway, also on Fox News this week, as I mentioned at the top of the hour, Hong Kong virologist Dr. Li Meng Yan, she is saying that she worked in the Wuhan labs, and she's a whistleblower now. She's saying that it's definitely China that produced this virus. We've already heard from her, Martin. What do you make of that?
Well, I've been reading about her, and in actual fact, people from the Hong Kong University where she's based are saying, well, she didn't, in fact, she's not, in fact, done the things she said she's done. In any case, the Wuhan laboratory
the Chinese would say that, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would. The Wuhan laboratory was actually quite a lot of investment went into that from DARPA, which is actually the Pentagon.
The Pentagon, yeah.
Yeah. So in other words, even if it did leak from that laboratory, it's quite possibly a deliberate leak by the Pentagon to destroy the Chinese economy.
Here she is.
Because we're having a trade war with China.
Well, it wouldn't just destroy the Chinese economy; it's just destroy the world economy.
Indeed, and what it does is it allows them to bail the banks out.
The bailouts. Yeah. You're absolutely right. $2 trillion. Anyway, let's have a listen now to Hong Kong virologist Dr. Li Meng Yan on Fox News.
This virus, COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2 virus, actually is not from nature. It is a man-made virus created in the lab based on the China military discovered and owned the very unique bat coronavirus, which cannot affect people, but after the modification, becomes the very harmful virus at now. So I have evidence to show why they can do it, what they have done, how did they do it. Why there is nobody want to say it is because of the big suppression come from the Chinese Communist Party government and also their friend in scientific world. So basically, this is very clearly that this virus is like Frankenstein. So he created those things like basically a cow has deer's head, has rabbit's ear, and also have monkey's hand. So they can never get it from the nature. And there were evidence left in the genome. But the scientific world also keeps silence, work together with Chinese Communist Party. They don't want people to know this truth. Also, that's why I get suspended, I get suppression, I am the target that Chinese Communist Party won't be disappeared.
So the key thing she's saying there is, Martin, that this is definitely China that's done this, and she reckons that she's got the why, what, and the how of it, how it all happened on this. What's a gain of function is what they call it, isn't it? The changing a bat virus into a human virus. But she's saying it's like a kind of Frankenstein thing, but actually it's not really like that, is it? I mean, it's just a virus which will affect one thing or another. It's not actually taking bits from all sorts of animals and making an animal. It's a virus, and it will only affect certain proteins in that virus, will affect other things. But anyway, what do you make of her statement? I mean, she does come across as quite a genuine whistleblower.
Yeah, well, various people have said that I've been reading and saying that in actual fact she's very close to billionaires who are very anti the Chinese Communist Party, and I think that she is probably the source that Bannon was saying, we're going to prove that the Chinese did this. So they're not just saying that the Chinese leaked it by accident. These people are saying they did it deliberately. So I just don't think that makes any sense. The Chinese are not going to deliberately leak a virus into their own industrial heartland in order to try and create problems for Donald Trump. That doesn't make sense at all, does it? I think what's happened here is because we had the swine flu epidemic in China, which killed off their pigs. They had a bird flu, which killed off their chickens. And, of course, this basically trade war has been declared on China because they're about to take over from the US in various ways, and they've got to be got now. And this makes much more sense that this is actually a biological warfare attack on China, because of the Wuhan military games gave them an opportunity to do it. Don't forget that DARPA were also invested in this Wuhan centre, because it was so. In other words,
Pentagon money there.
Yeah, Pentagon money. So in other words, that if they're on the inside,
it could be either side. Really, isn't that the honest way to say it? It could be either side, but it wouldn't make sense for the Chinese to do it deliberately to themselves. If they were going to leak a virus, they'd leak it in the United States. And also, which of the Chinese or the United States has been the most fascistic and aggressive around the world, mimicking the behaviour of Nazi Germany in the 30s? Is it China or the US?
Well, indeed, and of course we know that Fort Detrick was the source of the anthrax, which was used to
but that was closed down last year. That was closed down last year.
Yes, it was quite possible. Larry Romanoff, who's based in Shanghai, thinks that what may have happened is it leaked from Fort Detrick last year, and of course the Wuhan Games, the military that went to the Wuhan military games, they trained very near Fort Detrick. And that they could have transferred
by accident or purpose.
Well, we don't know. I suspect if it is a biological warfare agent, and it's not designed to kill loads of people, it's designed to mess up the economy. I think it's a biological warfare attack on the Chinese. Chinese intelligence services worked out what was going on and jumped on it. And then, of course, they allowed it to flow back over the West because they need an excuse to bail the banks out. They were bailing the banks out in September before any of this kicks in.
The real agenda to me seems to be to do with the idea of trying to get mandatory vaccinations. And, of course, this has been happening, hasn't it? I mean, we reported, I think it was on the German idea of mandating vaccines last year, Martin. So it's not as if this has not been talked about before all this happened.
They are talking about mandatory vaccines.
No, they have mandated vaccines in China, by the way. Yeah. Do you know when they mandated vaccines in China?
I've no idea, Tony.
Have a guess.
What do you mean by mandated vaccines?
Well, it's a law that you have to take the vaccine.
Not a vaccine for COVID, because there ain't one.
No, we're talking about general vaccine mandatory legislation.
I can imagine that they probably did that from very early in the regime.
No, August 2019. According to the law, China is to implement the state immunisation programme. That happened in August last year. Germany is also mandated. That was on the 1st of March.
These aren't COVID, though, are they?
This is
mandatory vaccines for other things.
That's right. But it's all just happened just before this pandemic. So Germany introduced a law mandating vaccines in schools on the 1st of March 2020. Actually, whilst this was all known about, measles vaccinations in Germany are required to register in schools. Parents are fined thousands of euros if they violate the law. So it's a mandatory vaccine in actually many countries. So in Germany this happened. Actually, I'll put a link up to the article on Vox all about the mandatory vaccine programme that's been happening late last year and early this year, which does suggest that there's some sort of prediction that something like this might happen, so that they can just force people to have vaccines. Italy's parliament passed a law that makes 10 childhood vaccines mandatory for children up to the age of 16 and requires parents at any time to prove that their children have been immunised before they're allowed to go to school. In France, the health ministry has made 11 vaccines, up from the current 3 mandatory for children, although there's no talk of any fines yet in France. So at least the French have been a little bit sensible about this. And in New South Wales in Australia, they passed a no jab, no play legislation in September 2017. The law bans unvaccinated children from going to preschool and daycare And in the New York City, actually in New York State, in the United States, where there was a measles outbreak a year ago, the government has threatened parents that don't vaccinate their children with a fine of up to £1,000. Anyway, that's quite an interesting compilation of all these. Well, the first one there you heard was September 2017, but the big one, of course, was China with a massive mandatory vaccination program brought in August last year. This year, the Germans bringing it in March, Martin, and there are many medical professionals in Germany totally against it, but the German government did it anyway before the main part of the pandemic actually hit.
Well, as you say, Tony, it's not actually to do with the pandemic anyway.
Well, it is. Yeah, I would suggest it is. It's not a coincidence that we've got all these mandatory vaccination programs and there just happens to be a mass pandemic, which isn't a pandemic, by the way.
Well,
in fact, the World Health Organization have completely changed their rules about what is a pandemic. You can have a pandemic if there's lots of positive cases, even if there's no one ill.
All right. Let's come back to China. The Chinese have mandated the vaccines, but these vaccines will not be provided by Western pharmaceutical companies.
So why did they do it in August 2019? Did they know something was coming?
Maybe, Tony, I don't know. But the point I'm making about this is that the Chinese vaccines will be provided by the Chinese government, not by Big Pharma in the West. So the conspiracy theory which runs that this is all to do with making money for Big Pharma in the West, the Sputnik 5 vaccine, which has been developed by the Russians
it might be all to do. I mean, you know, the more sensible conspiracy theory that this is just an attempt to control the entire Western population and bring about a similar situation to what they've got in China with the social credit system, where unless you've had a vaccine, you're not allowed to live a normal life, that you're basically an untouchable citizen.
But that then implies that both the Chinese and the Big Pharma in the West are on the same side, which I don't think is the case.
Well, why not? Why not? We've got all sorts of figures like Henry Kissinger. They've got fingers in both pies.
But let's come back to this Russian vaccine, the Sputnik 5 vaccine, which they've developed. It was developed in Russian public sector laboratories, and the response of the Americans was to sanction those laboratories.
No, absolutely potty. And surely, you know, it should be up to doctors and individuals, if they want a vaccine, to choose which one they have. But of course, in the current situation, even with the MMR jabs, you're not allowed to do that. You've got to have the MMR jab for your children. You're not allowed to have a measles and mumps and rubella vaccine separately. You've got to have them all together, which is one of the reasons why a lot of the people have been very critical of the pharmaceutical industry and the medical profession in this country, because they believe that combining the three vaccines, and it makes a lot of sense to me, is more dangerous than having them separately. Anyway, on the subject of vaccines, I went back to someone called Julie Beale, who we interviewed on the Dialects show, gosh, must be about 4 or 5 years ago now, about something called, what she called Global Smart ID. She writes for something called Activist Post, and I've seen a couple of her articles on there over the years. I just think that she makes a hell of a lot of sense in what she's saying. Back in those days, she was saying, well, look, you know, there's going to be some kind of digital ID that people will have to have. Now, we've seen that, of course, rolling out with Bill Gates proposing this ID 2020, an ID card, an ID system, a personal digital ID, which will allow you to go back to normal once you've had a vaccine. So anyway, I asked Julie Beale, because she's been having a very good look at these different types of vaccines, as what these, and she calls them, because she's absolutely adamant that these are not vaccines. This is not something new is being done. They should give it a completely different name, because they've not just taken some sort of pathogen and maybe crippled it a little bit, or maybe, you know, like the original idea of injecting cowpox into someone to stop them getting smallpox. This is a whole new step up from that, with gene-altering vaccines and that sort of thing. So, and she calls them the RonaVaxes, which I rather like, and she calls it the Rona scam. And these are new words that she's introducing in order to try and get people to understand that this is not any normal vaccine at all they're developing.
So they've got 3 vectors, which is a delivery vehicle that they wrap up the genes or the genetic code in. One of them is an adenovirus, never been licensed. The other is nanoparticles for mRNA, neither of which have ever been licensed. And the other is a DNA bacterial plasmid, followed by electroporation, which I can explain, and that's being used by Inovio amongst some other companies, but I'm only talking about the front runners.
And I guess the idea
hang on a minute, Tony. No? You say next generation. How long do you think they've been in development for? Just out of interest, I thought.
Okay, well, I'm going to guess because I know a bit about the CRISPR vaccines. I would say something like 10 years.
31 years. 31. The first gene therapy trial.
A long time. Now, the obvious question here is maybe that these things weren't safe enough to use.
That's what I think. They haven't reached phase 3 trials either. Oh, there's so many of them, Tony. There's so many.
So we reckon around about something like 25 different vaccines. Martin, the main problem here, of course, is that these are what Julie's talking about here are not the Russian vaccine at all. These are the gene snipping vaccines which will go in and alter your DNA. Now, this all starts to sound a bit like some kind of mad transhumanist's dream rather than any kind of cure.
Yeah, well, Catherine Austin Fitz, you're probably familiar with. I mean, she says that a lot of what's passed off as vaccines are not, in fact, vaccines at all. That they're designed to do completely different things.
So, would you agree that we should have a different name, like she's saying, RonaVax?
Well, you know, I'm not an expert on this, as she clearly is. But am I suspicious of the motives of Big Pharma in the West? Certainly I am.
Anyway, Julie's very interested in the way that you can bamboozle an entire population into believing stuff. And she's looked up stuff from the RAND Corporation and other things talking about fire hosing. Have you heard of that, Martin?
Well, you'll have to remind me, what is fire hosing? Well,
fire hosing is where you just shower people basically with loads and loads of information, contradictory information included, so that they get completely well, there are techniques to get people to believe certain things that have been tried and tested. These are basically psychological mind control techniques.
Well, let's look at the obvious one, 9/11. Most people are still, I mean, there's lots of people who do realise that it couldn't possibly have been carried out by Muslim extremists capturing aeroplanes. But most people still believe that was a heinous attack on the United States of America, and therefore justified their rampage around the developing world. But of course, it's clear that the Islamophobia that's been created by these incidents is enormous and real. And won't go away easily.
Including Manchester, we were talking about earlier.
It won't go away easily, will it?
Yeah. Anyway, this is a longer clip from Julie now, where she talks about this whole idea of fire hosing and the blatant link between this pandemic, as she calls it, and the Great Reset. She said they're taking the mickey because the Great Reset is obviously been well planned beforehand. So this seems to be a way, as you were hinting, Martin, that the idea of trying to collapse the global economy, the Great Reset is all ready to save the day.
I heard the term fire hosing. I looked it up, and there's a Wikipedia entry, but there was also, it referred to a document by the RAND Corporation and Evil Corporation. Oh, it's got to be careful using that word. But anyway, it's very valuable, and I would advise people to read it. Yes, I'm advising people to read a RAND Corporation document. It's saying in it, it's accusing the Russians of fire hosing, which is basically an out and out, it's basically what's being done to us now, where all forms of media are used to blast out messages, of which many are confusing and disorientating to the person receiving them. But the general idea is that whatever goes in first, by a source that's seen as authoritative, becomes that person's belief, and then it becomes hard to change it. And it's saying it offers a few tips in this article about how to counter the effect of fire hosing. And it says one thing that it doesn't really have much of an effect is the squirt gun of truth. So I realised, because apparently, apparently when someone has a strong belief system and you present alternative views or, a set of facts to them, they will dismiss it to the point where it actually strengthens their own beliefs. So if you were to say, just an out and out, no, that's absolute rubbish, I think it'd probably be better to go, yeah, I know what you mean, but hey, I am quite worried about those vaccines myself, to be honest. Did you know that they're not being licensed? Did you know that they've been around for they've been planning those for over 30 years, but why have that never been licensed? Why doesn't the news, why don't they ever talk about those on the telly? I didn't know they were going to do that. What's DNA? What's mRNA? I think that just instead of looking like you're trying to change someone's mind, basically, and then the other thing is to try and to get to them first, to give them information of what you think is going to be done by the fire hosing side, as it were, so that you can, so that then they're less influenced by it because they're prepared for it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, so the idea really being to sort of almost second guess the other side and saying, well, they're going to try this next or they'll try that next or whatever. Which could be anything, couldn't it? It could be a terrorist attack, it could be a war, it could be a second virus.
Well, that's why I'm writing about that H1N1. It's called a G4, just if anyone's listening, G4EA, which stands for Eurasian Avian H1N1 swine flu. There you go. And so I just thought it would be interesting to write an article about that and to show, with evidence, why it is I'm suggesting it and link it to, to previous false pandemics, fake pandemics. And
you also mentioned the Agenda 21, and I think there's another one, isn't there? Agenda 2030. Now,
that's part of Agenda 21. That's agenda, the 21 refers to the 21st century, and agenda, 2030 is just a sort of milestone as part of Agenda 21. That's how that works.
Well, maybe they said that, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was all about 2021 and the Great Reset, because it does. Well,
it has occurred to me, actually, Tony. It's just too much of a coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah. And,
I know.
What do you make of the Great Reset? Because that's obviously something which has been being cooked up for quite a while.
Well, I'm just surprised at how blatant they are, to be honest. But they seem to be getting away with it. Although, is that because most people haven't heard? I think if most people knew that they were starting to talk about building, that the World Health Organization insisted that this COVID pandemic was teaching us that all these things about the environment and that how we had to build back better in April. I was just too early. They started like Bill Gates talking about the next pandemic when this one had just begun. It's too much for people. That's too blatant.
So there's, bless her, Julie Beale there. First time we've had her back on this programme for about 3 or 4 years, with a bang. Her article, Martin, on Activist. But Activist Post is an interesting site in that they have all sorts of nonsense mixed with brilliant stuff, which I suppose is a deliberate way of allowing people like Julie to get her stuff out, but trying to sort of toxify it with strange stories that may not be as well written and well researched. Her articles are, I'll put a link up to them on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. One of the first ones was called The Rona Scam. We need to talk about proteins, vaccines and genetic patents, is where she really starts going into these various different types of smart vaccines that they're bringing in, that she just calls it the RonaVax.
Yeah, well, we know that they've been trying to patent life forms, like Monsanto have been trying to do that for years and years and years. And, the overall, there is a battle plan clearly being worked out. I mean, 9/11 didn't come out, that had been planned for years beforehand. It then took place, and various countries were then invaded. And there's an ongoing attempt to essentially seize control of the world's resources on behalf of the Western oligarchy.
So she's written a series of articles for Activist Post. The RonaVax rundown, a quick guide to the RonaVax and what's said to be in them. Fantastic job she's done. Imagine this is a single mum in Wales doing all this work that none of the billions and billions of pounds and dollars of mass mainstream media has bothered to do. And then also there's a guide to the RonaVax, understanding the experimental coronavirus vaccines. Gates' way to genetic control, ? Here comes the EA swine flu. The main selling point, she says, of GenVax is their super quick turnaround time. Just give the vax makers the genetic sequence and they can whip up a cure in no time. So she's saying this is basically the way that it's heading, is that the whole vaccine technology industry is preparing to be able to roll out new vaccines in very, very short spaces of time. And this will be the cool thing to do, will be to have the quick vaccine as soon as you can when there's another pandemic, however dangerous it is. And of course, Martin, this could be used with more serious biological weapons, couldn't it? So when a very nasty biological weapon is released, which hasn't got a death rate, which is kind of flu-like, but much, much greater, you will be seen as the cool person who has the vaccine to it as quick as possible.
Yeah, well, I think despite all of this, if this was a plandemic, as people are saying, including yourself, why isn't
you?
Well, no, I've just mentioned the word there because that's a word that's
you are because you're talking about this being potentially a deliberate release of a bioweapon. Yeah, that's a plandemic.
Well, I suppose it is. Yeah, I think the fact is that they haven't actually developed a vaccine, because it's actually not clear that you can develop effective vaccines. I mean, the Russian Sputnik 5 vaccine is still being tested. And, of course, it's still not ready to be used on a wide scale.
And she's talking about deaths of people who've been involved in trials of these RonaVaxes, similar things. Anyway, Jesse Gelsinger and Asani De Silva, various people who put themselves forward for these testing, and something called the Tegenero incident. And also she's talking about the World Health Organization being in charge of biodiversity, messing with DNA in many, many ways. It has been scuppered thus far by the Convention on Biodiversity. But the World Health Organization is trying to change all that in order to take over this global regulator. And what she says also calls protein shame, the darkest side of biotech, the rise of so-called therapeutics and food based on proteins. So this is Bill Gates territory too, isn't it? The idea of growing food in laboratories rather than on fields.
Yeah, and of course it's based on the fundamental misapprehension that the problem we've got is a problem of lack of food. In actual fact, there's plenty of food. It's just that poor people can't afford to buy it because they've got no access to land and all the other things.
And money.
Yeah. Well, it's basically social injustice. I mean, Amartya Sen, the economist Indian economist, pointed out years ago that ultimately the real problem is political injustice. That's what kills people.
Her final article is about RonaVax, understanding synthetic biology and XNA, which scientists also call alien DNA, because it's not, inverted commas, of this world, and the potential reprogramming of our physical reality, plus a look at the use of XNA in gene therapy. For example, the mRNA used in the RonaVax is almost real, but not quite. It uses nucleotide analogues for parts of the code that's created. There's also a push to use XNA as a genetic firewall against viruses. As it said, this would be safer than using Gentech based purely on natural DNA. So, I mean, she really has gone into this, Martin, in a way that I was very pleased to interview her, whatever it was, 4 or 5 years ago, because she was really showing, I think, a fascinating insight into this whole idea of get everyone on the planet being given digital identification that they could use on computers and going into buildings, etc. But she's done a particularly good job, I think, and what she said to me was that she was spending quite a lot of her time during the lockdown looking into all these potential vaccines and viruses. And she's done, I think, an excellent job in doing. Why is it that the mainstream media can't basically do this? Look into all these technologies that are about to be rolled out. I suppose it's because then people might not want to actually have anything to do with them if they knew what they were.
Well, the fact is, as you well know, Tony, that most corporate media is there to sell stuff that the advertisers want to be sold, and to follow the line taken by the people who own the media that we're talking about. So, you know, it's hardly, you know, I mean, Noam Chomsky pointed this out years ago, you know. I mean, basically, it's not that the individuals, journalists, for example, are corrupt. It's just that if they weren't corrupt, they wouldn't be there. They've got to be, you know, they've got to go along with what everybody else goes along with.
So you'll find Julie on
otherwise they won't have a job, will they?
Activist Post, and one of her articles anyway is called "We Need to Talk About Proteins, the Rona Scam, the Vaccines and the Genetic Patents." Some of her work possibly might be on lockdown skeptics. I'm not absolutely sure about that. It might be, but it might not be. Another thing that's come up, Martin, to do with COVID this week is the suspension from Twitter of one of the Telegraph columnists. I'm not sure if you'd seen anything about that, have you?
I think I did pick up something about
Alison Pearson is her name. And in a response to Let Another We're All Doomed report on the BBC News, how hard is it, she said, for people to understand? We want students to get the virus, she says. They will speed us towards community immunity. And it may be not very far away. So she's saying that actually it could be really good for students to all get together. But this view is a legitimate scientific view. Many scientists are saying this too, not all scientists. But she's being told both by the mass media who are not interested in you, although the Telegraph has printed her column, the rest of it isn't. And on Twitter have decided to ban her for saying that, which is something which many scientists have said too. So this debate has been shut down.
Well, she wasn't shut down in the Telegraph, as you just pointed out. Twitter have banned her, but then Twitter, just like the Telegraph, is a private organisation, and they're under no obligation.
And well, these big pharma companies are very, these big pharma companies are very closely connected to big tech, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. So, in other words, unless you were going to have sort of Ofcom rules for everybody, as it were, people are, you know, these tech platforms, which have been encouraged by the deep state in the US, are private organisations, and they're under no obligation to give people a fair hearing if they don't want to give them a fair hearing, and they don't. So I don't expect you're going to get one.
OK, and we're going to go now to look at Eastern Europe. To Belarus, and Marcus Papadopoulos I spoke to earlier this week, and he has a lot to say, Martin, about Belarus history. Do you want to give us, before we hear from him, your potted history of Belarus?
Well, I've done it several weeks running. It might be more interesting to have him say something, and then I can comment on it.
Well, you could have done it in the amount of time that you said that. All right, anyway, let's have a bit of Belarus history from Marcus Papadopoulos. Well, in a nutshell, means short.
The Soviet Union was not a prison of peoples, as is alleged by British and American politicians and journalists. In March 1991, Mikhail Gorbachev held a referendum in the Soviet Union in which the Soviet people were asked, do they wish to preserve the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics? 76% of the Soviet people chose to vote in the affirmative, namely to preserve the USSR. So that on its own demonstrates that the Soviet Union was not a prison of peoples. And in Belarus, the percentage of people who voted to preserve the USSR was in excess of 80%. Now, Belarus, or to give it its proper historical name, Belorussia, meaning White Russia, has been led by Alexander Lukashenko since 1994. Alexander Lukashenko is an authoritarian leader, but that is in the DNA of all Russian leaders. Russia, Belorussia, we're talking about the same people. Belarusians are Russians. Belorussia and Russia have to be run in an authoritarian manner. That might not be to the taste of people in Britain and America, but when Russia is led by weak individuals such as Mikhail Gorbachev and Boris Yeltsin, the country collapses. Now, Alexander Lukashenko prevented the catastrophe which befell Russia in the 1990s from striking in Belarus because he ensured that the Belarusian economy would be, largely speaking, a state-run economy. He did not allow privatization, in particular shock therapy, to come about in Belarus in the 1990s, and he prevented the emergence of oligarchs. So because of that, Alexander Lukashenko from 1994 to the present is a genuinely popular leader. He ensures that Belarus has one of the most stable of societies in Europe. People there all have jobs, they all have homes. There is no homelessness, there is barely any crime. People are paid their salaries on time, people are paid pensions. The healthcare is free and excellent. Transportation is very, very affordable and is excellent. So Alexander Lukashenko has been re-elected as president for all these years now because he's genuinely popular amongst the Belarusian people. America and Britain are not sincere when they say they are committed to democracy and human rights. That is simply an untenable argument for anyone to make. If America and Britain were genuinely committed to those concepts, then they would not have strategic partnerships with some of the most appalling, some of the most wicked of countries in the world, such as Saudi Arabia. No. What the West, Britain, America, have been doing in on the territory of the former Soviet Union for nearly 20 years now, or what Russia calls the near abroad, is orchestrating a number of coups in order to weaken Russia's position on the territory of the former Soviet Union. The near abroad is the number one priority for Russian foreign policy. If Russia loses its predominant position in the near abroad, then Russia has no hope whatsoever of being a superpower. That is why, after Vladimir Putin came to the helm of power in Russia, he dictated that the number one foreign policy objective for Russia would be to secure the near abroad. And Russia today, with the exception of the Baltic states and Ukraine, is the predominant outside force in Belarus, in the South Caucasus, and in Central Asia. But nonetheless, the West have been successful in bringing about coups in the former Soviet Union. So we had the coup in Georgia in 2003. We had the coup in Ukraine in 2004. We had a coup in Kyrgyzstan in 2005. And most notably of all, the coup in Ukraine in 2014. What the West called the Orange Revolution, they call them the colour revolution. So you have the West talks about a rose revolution, a tulip revolution, then an orange revolution. But in reality, these so-called colour revolutions in the former Soviet Union have been simply coups organised by Washington and London. Now, the Orange Revolution, which brought Viktor Yushchenko to power at the beginning of 2005, failed because Viktor Yanukovych, who was more at one with Russia, came to power 5 years later in 2010. But then the West struck back in Ukraine at the beginning of 2014. And they have been successful because Ukraine is now integrating with the West politically, economically, culturally, and militarily. And this poses
so the West have been biding its time, really, even a decade after the first attempt at the coup.
Yes.
There was then a successful one.
Absolutely. They learnt their mistakes following the coming to power of their man, Viktor Yushchenko, in 2005. And we have to remember that the British and the Americans are extremely patient people. They are masters of propaganda. They are masters of strategy, and they are absolutely determined to weaken Russia in its backyard, so to speak. But their attempt to instigate a coup in Belarus, I should really call it Belarusia, has failed, and it was destined to fail.
Well, that's a pretty, I used to work in Eastern Europe during the 90s, as you know, and that's a pretty fair assessment of what's happened. and not much to disagree with there.
What about this whole idea of this series of coups, Georgia, Ukraine, and the failed coup in Ukraine, but then that was successful in 2014?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's not just in Eastern Europe and Russia. I mean, they do the same sort of thing in the Middle East and Latin America. So, this colour revolution.
Venezuela is a similar.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, the one of the first successful colour revolutions was in Serbia, where they basically got, they've developed what is very much associated with the democratic wing of.
So, how do they get all these
capitalism.
people to come out on the streets and demonstrate then?
Well, because there's usually reasons for people to be discontented with local.
I suppose it's
politics.
whether they're organised or not, isn't it?
Yeah,
And who's doing the organising?
What you do is you create. I mean, when in 1989, when these various dominoes collapsed, there was a very interesting BBC Two documentary about what really happened in 1989, and in actual fact, Gorbachev basically set the KGB to undermine the East European communist dictatorships. And so one of the things the KGB did in Czechoslovakia, for example, was that they encouraged students to go out in the street to protest against the government, and then they let the police beat the students up. They made sure that went out on national TV, and then it creates a situation where the government's forced.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because
so that was a colour revolution run by the KGB in Eastern Europe. In fact, most of the revolutions in Eastern Europe were not entirely spontaneous. They were run by the KGB.
It's because, like Keir Starmer and many others, Gorbachev was a member of the Trilateral Commission, wasn't he? Not a bit. I mean, this is like one tier down at the deep state from the Bilderberg.
Yeah, I mean, Gorbachev, I think, was quite genuine in his desire to try and reform the system that he'd inherited. He was very, very naive about the kind of people he was working with in the West, who really didn't have the best interests of anybody in Eastern Europe at heart, and they still don't.
Anyway, Marcus Papadopoulos is the editor of Politics Home. The next clip we've got from him is about Nagorno-Karabakh.
Nagorno-Karabakh is a disputed territory. De jure, it's part of Azerbaijan. De facto, it is ruled by Armenia.
And of course, fighting is broken
It
out
is
there
mainly populated by Armenians, but in Soviet times, it was a part of what was then known as the Azerbaijan SSR, Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic.
Well, you know what? This reminds me very much of the context of the Crimea because again, under the Soviet leadership, there were quite a lot of important boundary changes,
yes,
which then sealed off particular ethnic groups from their natural home. Well, that didn't matter too much when you were within one enormous great Soviet republic.
Yes.
Now things are starting to break up. That is enormously important. I wonder if you think that might be playing a role here.
Yes, absolutely. Map making, internal borders was something that was the brainchild of Lenin and was something that was opposed by Stalin. Stalin didn't want Soviet Russia to be called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. He wanted it to simply be called the Russian Federation. But of course, Lenin was in power and Lenin naturally had his way. And at one stage in the 1920s and early 1930s, the South Caucasus and parts of the North Caucasus was called Transcaucasia. But then they started to create Azerbaijan, Georgia, and then Armenia, and then you had these autonomous republics within the Russian Soviet Federal Socialist Republics, such as Chechnya, Dagestan, Ingushetia. But as you correctly said, Tony, those internal borders didn't mean anything in practice because the Soviet Union was a country. But of course, once the Soviet Union was dissolved, then those internal borders became overnight international borders. But what we've seen with Nagorno-Karabakh is a flare-up in violence. It's not a war. The chances of it breaking out into a war are very, very minimal because Russia has tremendous influence in Armenia and Azerbaijan. Both countries are in Russia's orbit, and indeed Azerbaijan in recent years has drifted further and further into Russia's orbit. So the chances of a war are very, very unlikely. There are flare-ups in violence over Nagorno-Karabakh between the Armenians and the Azerbaijanis. There was a flare-up in 2016. Russia will not allow a war to break out as a war broke out in the early 1990s, because a war in the South Caucasus could destabilize the North Caucasus, which is in the Russian Federation. And I've always described, Tony, the North Caucasus as Russia's Achilles heel. At the moment, there is peace there. There is stability there with Chechnya, Ingushetia and Dagestan, but it is still quite a delicate region. And if there was an eruption of a full-blown war in the South Caucasus, that could very easily spill over into the North Caucasus in Russia. So that is another reason why Russia simply will not allow a war to break out between Armenia and Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh. Russia and Turkey are traditional adversaries. A lot of commentators misunderstand the relationship today between Moscow and Ankara. They believe it is a relationship of affinity. Far from it. There is a mutual distrust. There is a mutual loathing between the Russians and the Turks. Both are regional rivals. During the 1990s, Turkey attempted to weaken Russia's position in the region, namely in the North Caucasus, by supporting Chechen militants of the nationalist kind and then of the Islamist kind. And likewise, Russia has attempted to weaken Turkey's position by having a long-standing relationship with the PKK. Russia provides political support for the PKK, provides logistical support, and provides weaponry to the PKK. Turkey has a very cordial relationship with Azerbaijan. The Azerbaijanis, largely speaking, are a Turkic people. And Turkey certainly has encouraged Azerbaijan to take military action against the Armenian military in Nagorno-Karabakh. And I believe, Tony, that Turkey is attempting to weaken Russia's hand in northwestern Syria, which is controlled by the Turks and Al-Qaeda. They're trying to weaken Russia's position there by trying to instigate a full-blown war in Russia's orbit. Because if a full-blown war did erupt between Armenia and Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh, and if it did spill into the North Caucasus, then of course Russia would be distracted from what's going on in Syria and would have to focus on solving the situation in the South Caucasus and also in the North Caucasus. So what we are seeing is a continuation of Russian-Turkish rivalry.
I think he makes some pretty terrific points there, actually, Martin. The idea, I didn't realise, of course, that there was all this background with the Turks supporting the Chechens against the Russians. I quite like what he says about this relationship between Russia and Turkey is one of mutual loathing.
Well, historically, that's been the case. I mean, the Russian Empire before the Bolshevik Revolution, the Turks and the Russians were very, very big rivals.
But he's talking about the mid-1990s.
Yeah, well, they still are.
What about his main reason there for this Nagorno-Karabakh battle? He's saying that he thinks that the Turks are encouraging it in order to bog the Russians down with that, because they're getting quite annoyed that the Russians are causing trouble for them in northern Syria.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the obvious way to look at this is Turkey. Turkey's intervening in Libya. It's intervening in the Eastern Mediterranean. They're facing off with the Cypriots and the Greeks, and they're also basically fighting the Russians in Syria. So they've opened up another front here. The relationship that Russia has with Azerbaijan and Armenia is a rather hands-off relationship. They're not directly. They've got a military base in Azerbaijan. In Armenia, and Azerbaijan. If you remember the Bulgarian journalists uncovered the rat line taking Bulgarian weapons to the jihadists in Syria, and it was an Azeri airline that was doing the transporting. So the Azeris, although they are Shia, are Turkic, and they're hostile to the Iranians because they've got the same, even though they're Shia, they're hostile to the Iranians, bizarrely enough, and so the Iranians tend to align with Armenia. I went to Armenia many years ago in the 90s. It was a pretty sobering experience.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your Armenian?
No, I don't want to go into the whole story of the trip, but the point is that it's basically. Armenia only really exists because Russia is a kind of big brother to it. And the Armenians, of course, were nearly wiped. There was massive genocide on the Armenians carried out by the Turkish army during World War I. The current government in Armenia has basically tried to align itself more with NATO, but of course the Azerbaijanis and the Turks are more aligned with NATO, so that they're actually and the Russians basically, as far as I can see, everybody apart from Turkey is calling for ceasefires. The Turks are saying no, that the Azeris should liberate Nagorno-Karabakh.
Just as an illustration,
everybody else is saying, well, just cool it.
Just as an illustration of how basically badly resourced Armenia was. Just give us in literally 30 seconds your view of your trip on Armenian Airways.
I went to what used to be Leninakan Stepnakert, which is in the top, it's in the north of the country, and it was after the earthquake. The earthquake had happened several years before. And then they were trying to rebuild after the earthquake, and then the Soviet Union collapsed, and people were literally still living in lean-to shelters with no electricity or running water on the top of what used to be a city, which used to have, Armenia was one of the more developed of the Soviet republics, so it was actually quite industrialized, lots of sophisticated industry, all gone, disappeared.
What about your trip on Armenian Airways?
Well, they were very dangerous to fly with. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
You wouldn't really want to do it.
Was it a bit of a wobbly landing, a takeoff?
Well, yes, there were all sorts of things wrong with it, because what's happening at that stage is all the independent nations of the former Soviet Union all had to have their own airline. But of course, some of them really didn't have the resources necessary to run an airline.
Well, I'll leave that to our listeners' imagination. But anyway, Marcus Papadopoulos, the final clip with him is he was there on Saturday in Trafalgar Square as part of this anti-lockdown demonstration.
I believe that the pharmaceutical industry, which exerts enormous leverage over the British government and the American government, but I should reword that, Tony. The pharmaceutical industry in both America and Britain is a vital component of the American establishment and the British establishment. And I believe this is an opportunity for them to introduce vaccinations, not just obviously for influenza, but obviously for what is known as COVID-19, and to achieve an astronomical amount of money. I think that is one. I think that is one explanation, and I think it's a very, very plausible explanation. I think the other explanation is that there are forces at play in Britain and America, in the Anglo-Saxon countries, which want to introduce artificial intelligence, a dreadful invention, absolutely appalling invention, into the global economy, for it to become the dominant element in society as we know it. And all the evidence from this year points to AI emerging in that way that I believe that the powers that be in Britain and America would like it to manifest itself in. So I think those are two explanations for what we are seeing. And no doubt as well, it's an opportunity to exert even more control over society. Look how
this is interesting, isn't it, that these issues affect many millions, tens of millions of people in the UK, so it's quite legitimate for a handful of them in comparison to come out on the streets in Trafalgar Square to lobby for their retaining their freedoms against these, pharmaceutical industry and artificial intelligence. So anyway, how did it go on Saturday?
I was on Trafalgar Square, Tony, and I assure you and I assure your listeners, it was a peaceful protest.
So there's Marcos Papadopoulos. I'll put the full interview up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk, along with also longer interview with the full interview with Julie Beale we heard earlier, as well as the chap who was talking about Lloyds Bank too. We'll have all that up on the show page at thisweek.org.uk. Martin, the irony here is this week we've had Dominic Raab from the Foreign Office putting sanctions on the Belarus leaders, including the president, for police brutality, and yet there we've got the riot police storming in to shut down a demonstration on Saturday in Trafalgar Square right under his nose.
Well, yes, I hear all of that. As I understand it, the Metropolitan Police took the view that the demonstration in Trafalgar Square was breaking the, you can only have 6 people demonstrating rule. There's going to be a demonstration, a Black Lives Matter demonstration in Bristol at 2 p.m. on College Green this Sunday. And I'd be interested to see what the police do, because, of course, it's a meeting of more than 6 people. So we'll see. I mean, and, of course, in Belarus, the people have been demonstrating, and of course Lukashenko famously didn't have any kind of lockdown, and very much was of the ilk of we're not going to do any of that sort of stuff here. And the demonstrators are also obviously quite clearly not taking any kind of social distancing measures. We shall see what happens.
Well, one of those who was speaking is son of David Icke, Gareth Icke. It's a bit problematic, David Icke, mainly because of his very strange links to theosophy and theosophists. He believes that the energy from the centre of the universe is channelled via the sun, and that is how it gets to Earth, and of course affects things on the Earth via the sun, beams of energy. Martin, I mean, is it strange, the whole idea of? I mean, you've done PPE at Oxford, theosophy. That is it strange for him to?
We didn't study theosophy,
didn't you?
That's not
right.
Part of
okay.
it.
All right. Well, what do you make of Icke?
I think the problem with him is, we're trying to talk about sensible stuff like 9/11 was an inside job, and he's away with the fair. He's talking about all sorts of other stuff. From my point of view, that's actually not very constructive.
Anyway, here's his son, Gareth.
Says here you've been sharing some uncomfortable facts on Facebook, sir. 8 p.m. Thursday, come to your door. Bid farewell to your freedoms with a round of applause. And while hospitals sit empty, it's tumbleweed round the clock. The only thing going viral here is going viral on TikTok. Do not resuscitate, do not resuscitate. These orders come from on high, because the best way to protect the elderly is by allowing them to die. He can't breathe, we all take the knee. Not you, cover your face, and here's a bag full of muzzles for the kiddies. What do you mean you're exempt? Do as you're told. You thought this was about health. Nah, mate, this is about control. So give us your arm and give us your vein, because there's no human rights when you belong to the state. We've sold your body and we've sold you lies. Sold to the highest bidder, Bill Gates and his wife. Is this some kind of resistance, London? Is this some kind of resistance, London? Yeah, that's right. The people have risen. We reject this control. We reject this division. We are the ocean. We have the power. We are everything to which they aspire. I am you. I love you. And you are me. We are the 99%. We are humanity. And centuries from now, they will speak of this time. Not because we rolled over, but because we drew the line. The sleeping lion is stirring. It's starting to wake. And when that lion roars, checkmate. Love you. Let's hear it for Gareth Icke!
Okay, so that's Gareth Icke, son of David Icke, speaking at Trafalgar Square last Saturday, Martin. His dad, David, spoke just after, and then the police came in and shut the whole thing down.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's quite a good performance. If I was his drama teacher, I'd probably give him a good grade for that.
He's reading it out. It's a speech. Is it? I mean, is this all genuine, or do you think it's controlled opposition?
I think I tend to the view that it is controlled opposition.
Why?
Because what happens is that instead of focusing on the things that, to my mind, really matter, like the bailout of the banks and the deep state blowing things up, like in Manchester, we're all talking about something else completely.
The other thing he's saying there is that he doesn't want to be controlled by the state. Well, I would suggest actually it's big corporations and big pharma's power over the state that's the real problem. In fact, to a certain extent, the state may be the only, resistance that's coming up against these big pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm a libertarian to some extent, but you've got to recognise that if we're going to run human societies, there's going to have to be some kind of authority, and I say that with some reluctance, but it's the reality.
Anyway,
and of course, your Tory MP going on earlier, he doesn't want the state to do anything. So he doesn't believe that the state should or could do things, and that is the mentality.
Well, that's not what he said at all, actually. What he said was that the scientists are saying certain things, but politicians should be there to criticise them. He's arguing for these measures to be going through Parliament and being checked.
Well, no, I'm in favour of that.
Well,
but I think that he...
So has he got a hidden agenda, then?
Well, I guess he has got a hidden agenda, which is the privatisation of the health service.
Why should these measures not go through Parliament?
I didn't disagree with that, Tony.
Well, that's what
I'm just saying that if you look into his views and the views of Dido Harding's husband, who's a Tory MP, they want to privatise the health service. They don't believe that the state should be looking after people at all, and that is the philosophy. And I don't agree with that.
Well, I don't know if that's the philosophy of all Conservative MPs. I think that's a gross overestimate of what they think.
The right wing of the Tory party do not like the state.
This doesn't make a lot of sense, the right wing, the left wing of the Tory party. They're not all thinking the same thing. Same as the Labour Party.
There's a general... Listen...
It's an attempt to sort of, I suppose, smear
no, it's not
right or left.
Listen,
I mean, I do it when I talk about right-wing Labour.
Well, but listen, we're talking about right and left because everybody kind of knows what we're talking about when we use that phraseology.
Do they?
Yes.
When it comes to decisions about health
care? Do you know the history of right and left and where it came from?
Yes, it's from France. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway,
we use it as a shorthand for all sorts of things.
Yes, but it's a very, very, I think, getting a rather tired, old-fashioned, and completely useless shorthand.
I think it doesn't.
Even though I use it myself.
Well, indeed, and of course, but lots of as Gramsci pointed out, as the communist theorist years ago, he said, even the independents are actually party men. Whatever they say, but they just wish to be the leaders of parties by the grace of God and the imbecility of those who follow them.
Anyway, one person that wasn't heard at the weekend, at least he was on media, but he wasn't allowed to speak, was a guy called Dr. Heike Schöning, and he is the leader of this group, Doctors of Enlightenment, over in Germany. And when he was released from Wandsworth Police Station on Sunday, this is what he had to say.
Because we will go on to tell the truth.
Yes, I do.
And we will never give in.
Absolutely.
Yes. And think of what's going on in this country. So, if you don't have the right to speak out, and at the very place of Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park, what is this country going to? And what is the world going to? To speak out is not an offense. And even under this very doubtful laws with COVID-19, even this is not an offense, but you can see what happened yesterday on Hyde Park, on Speaker's Corner. People gathered peacefully, listened, to talk to you and to tell the truth. The truth about what's going on COVID-19. And the police came. I did not any resistance, but straight away they arrested me, handcuffed me, and took me away. I'm one of the founders of the Extra Parliamentary Committee on COVID-19. You can read this up on acu2020.org. It's translated into 10 languages. Because the parliaments of the world failed to establish a proper committee, we the citizens have got the duty to perform this. And we in the COVID-19 Extra Parliamentary Inquiry Committee, we performed more than 20 hearings with experts, with witnesses, and I may now invite you internationally to take part of this movement on the 10th of October 2020. Save the date, 10/10/2020. We will be millions in Berlin to demonstrate for peace, for justice, that these unlawful things won't go on. And I need to emphasize for everybody who had, said before officially that he will work for the people, like the governments, like the police, like the army officers, to think of, now is the time to be brave. Now is the time to speak out. Now is the time to demonstrate that we are a family of mankind and that don't let us divide. Divide not into races like we had experienced in the 30s in Germany, and not divide into so-called sick people or so-called vaccinated people. So this is a division, and we are one family of mankind. And think what's going on. And behind all this is not a medical pandemic. We showed all the truth, all the things. And guess what? What the police seized. I have now my suitcase with me. But what they seized, my telephone, my computer, plus a book. Coronavirus False Alarm from Professor Karina Reis and Professor Suharat Bhakti. They seized it. So you see, they are afraid. They are afraid of what? They are afraid that we are getting contact, so they seize the mobile phones. They are afraid of the books, because scientifically all facts are laid down. And the good thing is, this book is not only published in German, it's now published in English. COVID-19 False Alarm. And this book has been the #1 book bestseller, and hopefully this will be the same in Great Britain. So the good message to the uninformed people is that there is no medical pandemic. You don't need to be set up in fear about a deadly virus. All data shows there was no more harm than a normal flu. The data in Germany showed us, and all over the world. So we need to ask ourselves how this orchestrated pandemic could evolve. And if you just think, okay, what happened? What is the facts behind? Think of the year 2008, the financial crash. The financial system is dominating everything. And this system crashed. And it was clear who are the perpetrators were. It was the banks and their private owners. And did we heal the system? No, we did not. They put much more money into this insane financial system. And they bought time. Everybody told this. Well, and now we've got 2020, and it looks like they have a plan. A great reset. And this great reset, what is the title of the World Economic Forum in 2021? is the great reset of the financial system. So it has nothing to do with this medical thing. But who to blame to? In 2008 it was clear it was the banks and their private owners. Now they blame a virus, a coronavirus.
So that's Heike Schoening, Martin, Dr. Heike Schoening, who was stopped from speaking on Sunday in at Speaker's Corner, but he gave his little speech there. I thought it's worth hearing him because of all the stuff. And basically, he's coming around to pretty much what you were saying there, is that this is nothing to do with the virus. It's much more to do with bailing out the banks.
It is, but of course, when he's saying there is no pandemic, what was it? I would argue that it's a biological warfare attack which is designed to destroy the Chinese economy, but it failed because the Chinese intelligence services were on top of it.
The reason he's saying it's not a pandemic is because the World Health Organization actually changed their definition of a pandemic, because not enough people have been dying for it to be a pandemic.
Yeah, but I think there's a contradiction, isn't there? Either this is a biological weapon, which is what the Chinese woman was arguing earlier.
If it's a biological weapon, it's not killing any more than a normal flu season.
No,
would.
but what it's designed to do is to wreck an economy, which it might have done in China.
He's a doctor,
but it
and
didn't.
you're not. If he says
I'm
it's
an
not
economist.
A pandemic, if he says it's not a pandemic, I am inclined to listen to him.
All right,
anyway, he should be heard. This is the main point, isn't it? Why is he being arrested and his phone taken off him, and his computer and a book by the police?
Well, you'd have to ask the police that, but I think the problem is that we've now got a rule that you're not supposed to meet in groups of more than 6. There'll be an issue with that on Sunday in Bristol when we have a Black Lives Matter.
Are you going for that?
I'm not sure whether I'm going for that.
You
actually
went to the last one, didn't you?
I did,
which
yes.
was much more.
That was loads more, yes, but there wasn't a rule of 6 at that stage. Anyway, I think the fundamentals are still the same. We can agree on that. The banking system is shot to pieces.
Why are the doctors being censored like him then?
He is being censored, but other doctors don't agree with his analysis. You must be aware of that.
Well, the ones that don't agree with his analysis are given as much airtime as they want.
Well, indeed. So, in other words, but
it's obvious.
Yeah, but the fact is, there's no right to be heard, Tony, as you well know.
Yes, there is.
Isn't.
Julian Assange. What about him?
Well, what about him? He's not got any right to be heard.
He doesn't have any right.
No, he doesn't.
I think he does.
What you've got is where you've got private sector control of the media, which is pretty much what we've got. Then the people who own the newspapers and the television stations decide who and who is not going to speak. And what's supposed to happen in a free society.
On the BBC?
Well, the BBC is under a different obligation for some kind of impartiality, but certainly that's not the case for the Daily Mail.
Anyway,
for example.
Yesterday on the World,
they can say what they want, whether it's true or not.
Yesterday on the World at 1, we had the Mayor of Preston. Mayor of Middlesbrough, Andy Preston, appeared for an interview, got to say 2 words and was cut off, only to be replaced by somebody. And our final item tonight, let's have a listen to him actually giving his own statement, because obviously once he realised he'd been cut off by the BBC, he just went onto YouTube and did his own statement about his absolute disgust about the measures being imposed on Middlesbrough by Boris.
The government's just made an announcement about strict measures coming into Middlesbrough and Hartlepool. I have to tell you that I think this measure has been introduced based on factual inaccuracies and a monstrous and frightening lack of communication and ignorance. I don't accept the statement at all. I don't accept the measures. We need to talk to government. They need to understand our local knowledge, expertise and ability to get things done and preserve jobs and well-being. We're really disappointed. As things stand, we defy the government and we do not accept these measures. We need to get COVID under control and we need to work with people to find a way of preserving jobs, mental health.
We went to the government with fantastic, intelligent, pragmatic proposals to keep people safe, protect our society, make sure people don't get lonely. As we approach 6 months of dark nights, make sure people are looked after, make sure people can mix safely. We weren't listened to, so what's been put to us now is unacceptable. I don't accept it. Obviously, if there is a law, I will follow the law, and nobody should break the law. But as things stand, I do not accept these proposals. They are unnecessary, they go too far, they'll damage mental health, and they'll kill viable jobs.
So that's the Mayor of Middlesbrough, Andy Preston Martin. He's really the first, I suppose, civic leader in the country to come out and say we're not having this.
Well, I think there's been discontent at every level about the centralised way in which everything has been managed and the way in which messages just change overnight with no consultation.
But there's defiance, and he's saying, anyway, this isn't law, it's guidance, and we're taking no notice of it whatsoever. He's defying the government.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen now is is going to be a disorderly breakdown of communication and strategy in relation to what we're doing, and that's.
Is it the beginning of the end for Boris? Do you think?
Oh, definitely. He's a dead man walking now, quite literally.
Time to sign off. Thanks to our guests in the first hour, Irish Republican Old Labour activist Martin Summers, and thanks also very much to Dave Bazanko, a studio engineer. Long show tonight. Download our MP3s and you can listen in the car or anywhere you like. You'll find this show's podcast, story links and comment page and our contact details at thisweek.org.uk. Like Craig Murray and many others, I'm shadow banned on Twitter, but you'll find me, if you're lucky, at Tony Gosling. There'll be long versions of the interviews with Trevor Meelan, the Lloyds Bank victims, with also a long one with Julie Beale, who was talking about the vaccines, done a lot of work on that, and also with Marcos Papadopoulos from Politics Home, a longer interview with him on our show page too. Here's wishing you a relaxing and enjoyable BCFM weekend. Sunday noon, we're rebroadcast on the Richie Allen stream at richieallen.co.uk. And Sunday evenings at 6 on BCFM, it's the Glorious Tunes from Danny Lopsh. BCFM boss Pat Hart did say this show might be back in November. But, dear listeners, don't hold your breath. And please join us for the Politics Show live stream at 5 next Friday. God bless, and don't let the banksters get you down.